good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. And how are we all today? Lovely to speak to you all. Hope you're having a lovely time. I can't hear myself, which is a bit odd, but never mind. We'll sort that out in a minute. Welcome to Altet. Welcome to Spain and the 1/8 IC Track Championship. We are just about to have the last round of time practice. We've been having a lovely time the last 4 days. I think they've been here running around, doing lap after lap after lap, burning fuel, putting rubber down. And the net effect is we're still waiting to see any competitive action. The competitive action starts to give you kind of an idea of what's going on today. So we have this last round of time practice, then we have lunch, and we get underway with another round of time practice after lunch, and we get underway with qualification at 3:10. So just the 4.5 hours to get going. They love pounding the track. These 8 boys, they love just pounding the track non-stop. And we get a bit of a view of the Fuss's Altet circuit. Now, this is not the first time we've been here. At the RCTV control tours of the last 12 years. 2010 we started doing this. Obviously had a couple of years off because of naughty COVID. But we've been here for large-scale touring car. We've been here for 1/10 IC. We've been here for electric touring car, I believe. I'm not sure. But don't quote me on this. I don't think we've been here for this class before. So many a trip down to Altet. As always, they've made a few improvements to the track. The basic layout's the same. There's a number of safety improvements made this year to prevent these 80-mile-an-hour missiles from hitting anybody. So if you look at the timing, just say those guys with the X's, they're guys that haven't actually turned up. There's 91 entries, I think, and we have 83 or 84 actual competitors. Each heat has a sort of a 3-minute warm-up and then a 4-minute timed period. They're only actually timing, I think, the 3 fastest laps consecutive at the moment for this period. Once we start proper qualifying, it's your traditional 4-minute run. 5 rounds of qualifying. We have Super Pole tomorrow. We have a couple of finals tomorrow. And then Saturday, it's all finals all the day. All the day? All day. Anyway, just say hello. My name is Nick Damon from RC Racing TV. On the camera, it is Jude McCallum. And obviously, Matt is floating around making things look pretty. So we'll just take the first car out, which I hope is car number... Oh, hang on. Car number 2, the white car. So that will be Richard Furtner from Austria. It is a very loud sport. And it accelerates all around the straight. So you get at the bottom of the main straight is the scoreboard. You fire it up the straight. You get a big sweeping sort of main turn on the infield. There's timing scoring hut there. Then we've got the hash marks for the various grids, the different classes. A big kink in front of the pits. No hairpin. And they're doing, the fast guys are doing laps around 16.7, 16.5, I think. And you can see some of these guys are only a second a lap slower, and they're in the bottom heat. So quite a narrow set of times. Obviously a second's a lot when you're down here. Trying to find out what the speeds appear to be at the end of the straight, around the 64, 65 miles an hour. 2-speed gearbox on these cars, of course. Anyway, you've got me chatting for many, many hours, so it'd be great to hear from you. Oh yes, you're going to have to work for your money this time. You're going to have to talk to me. And obviously the easiest way to do that is to join the YouTube for RC Racing TV. RC Racing TV, so the Control Sport RC Racing TV YouTube feed is the one which is easiest for us to monitor the conversation. So if you've got something to say, come over to that. Hello to John Bass. Hello to Subpar Golf. Hello to Edison. Hello to Jackson Meneguzzi. So we've got a couple more of these rounds of... you heard that. That was a car making a horrible noise. Drop back one, Jude. This is the next car along. This yellow car. One thing I am saying is quite nice. I can't actually read the numbers on this. This is car 11, which is Luca Betti, young Italian, and currently the fastest on this this resort. There will be a reseed for the qualifying heats after this. Next 2 rounds. This is time practice rather than free practice. So hopefully you can all hear us. An exciting morning. I managed to wrongly connect the cameras up and thought the whole system had broken. So honestly, don't get commentators to do technical things. It's never a good idea. And the cameras are working. Yeah, that's because you connect them in loops themselves. No, right, okay. Not a great move. So they get 4 minutes of actual running. So we're now with the yellow and orange car. That is, I think I saw 3 on it before, but I might be wrong. It is the 3. I'm doing well on my eyesight test, aren't I? So that's the 3 of Liva Vallejo Miguel. Oh no, it's not. It's actually Esparza Gerati Alfonso Esparza Ronti. It's got another situation here where sometimes the first name to first and the second name to first. So that is Alberto Alfonso Esparza. And they've come to an end of their run. Into the pit lane below. It's quite a short pit lane. As you can see, those boxes, that's all the space you've got. You very much have to stand in there. Actually, that red line, they make the mechanics stand behind that red line, except when they're picking up and putting the car. So that's the result. As you can see, it makes no sense because that's not what they're timing on. They are timing on the top 3 laps here, but as always, just ignore the timing scoring until we get to the not the technical itself, but the actual result sheets until we get to the actual part of the race that counts, which is qualifying, which is coming up in about 3 hours after a very nice lunch break, hopefully. So we've got a couple other cameras out there. It's our end of the main straight camera, and that's our hairpin camera. You see the pits left-hand side. We're up at, if you look on the, underneath the yellow part of the banner in the top left, you can see a kind of a banner underneath sort of AC Euros, and that's where we are. But I'm actually standing right behind our very own logo, so you can't see me. I know it's the point. I know it's what you really wanted else to see me, but you know, what can I say? Dreams don't come true all the time. There we go. And this is the next one out, bit of practice. Time doesn't start for a while. Who's in this one, I hear you ask? Well, let's tell you. We've got Jose Luis Borecha Gonzalez, Eduardo Dulac, the Brazilian-born racer running for Switzerland, Alberto Fernandez Vidal, Silverio Piparato, Gianluca Del Cello, who's in 5, Miguel Angel Picon Rodriguez in 6, Augustin Rodriguez Lujan is in 7, Carlos Sanchez Liberno is 8, Jorge Revere is in 9, Carlos Mas is in 10, and Michele Canton in 11 is not apparently taking part, hence the X's by his name. So the orange car we're looking at, too far away from my eyes at the moment. It's our big camera. Here's our other camera. It's orange in front of red there, then green as well. I haven't told you who it is, have I? It's not counting yet, so it's fine. It's actually the number one. Yeah, it's number 1 car of Jose Luis Borecha Gonzalez. Junior Rubens' dad, Drenna, is watching on the beach in Menorca. Blimey. Hello to Frank McKinney. Hello, Frank. How are you? Okay, morning, Nick and the gang. So hopefully Frank's had his coffee this morning because he can be a little bit grumpy when he hasn't. And good morning to Dan Mush. So we now get ready for the actual counting bit. They actually put them in and then restart it. Actually wave them off. And I'm not sure if it's actually, I think it is at the moment in order of how fast they were in the previous heats. But again, this is just practice. Okay, so it's countdown to releasing them. Their 4-minute element of running. No, they go up in number order, not any qualifying order. Drop back one, Duke, the blue one. We'll look at the orange one earlier. So that's Eduardo Dulac. That's our Brazilian. Actually raced in Italy, but the Italian team was full, so he had a quick word with the Swiss, and he said, "Yep, we've got a gap. Come along," and he got race at 10th as well. So he had a good weekend, a couple of weeks of IC racing, and he's painted his car blue, which, to be honest, is enough reason to get on camera because there's an awful lot of white shells and a lot of. I mean, I suppose being in Spain, it's only apt, but we have seen an awful lot of the top painter one can. Around the pits. I was watching 3 or 4 of the top drivers prepping new bodies, and every single one was a single colour, normally a fluoro orange or a white. Might get a fluoro green if we're lucky. So Dulac, just so you know, his last lap was an 18.4. So even though it looks pretty quick, it's missed that one. You can see where the time went there. He just overshot the corner going into the pits kink. Down the straight, man standing. I can't see the speed. There's a speed gun which I think takes the speed up the straight. Seems a bit low with some of the speeds they're getting. Now, traditionally, this has always been known as the fastest class in RC. Sometimes wonder whether modified touring cars might have actually taken that honour now with the modified cars being so fast. And the power being pretty much unlimited for them. They just have to turn the power down slightly. Theoretically, you know, modified touring cars are about a horsepower these days. And these have got 3.5, so they should be quicker. But you've got that electric, that instant torque. But anyway, it doesn't matter because we're out here with the 1.8 IC cars. If you know, actually, if you do know, if you stuck them around the track, I would think these would be quicker. But in absolute all-out to the wall top speed down that straight, I just kind of think the instant acceleration that you get, even though they've got 2-speed boxes on these, I'm just thinking that probably the touring cars will be quicker at the end of the straight. But course for courses, and people who do this love it. It's very visceral, it's very noisy, it's very real motorsport. It's got that noise, the oil, the fuel, the tyres. I falling to bits the whole time over the phone. It's got a lot of smells as well. So the whole 5 senses. Where's Jude going now? I decided to go with the pink and white car. So the pink and white car is car number 3. Alberto Fernandez-Vidal. Not quite as fast down the straight as the green car behind him. And lets the green car go. And that's the 8 car of Carlos Sanchez-Laverna. And we've picked him up into the hairpin through the infield sweeps before going onto main straight underneath the scoreboard, which sometimes is really useful and other times tells you information makes no sense whatsoever. I think it's got the same issue as we have for time practice. It's not possibly set to the same overall scoring ordering system that everyone else is. So the number 8 car is doing sort of 18 flat. They're counting down the end of the 5 minutes. The 4 minutes, and they'll then sit on. Look, see now what's happened is rather more effectively that it's been changed, and Stefan, I think remotely has worked out that we're now looking at 3 laps in, and we have that scoring now, so you can see he's on the best 3-lap run. And it is actually Silvio Peperato, whose best 3-lap run is 52. Some clever work there by our timing geniuses. So now the time actually makes some sense. Carlos Sanchez-Laverna was second. Ebola Black was third. Gianluca D'Arcelio was third. Jorge Rivette was fourth. And you can see 52 over 3 laps is 17 would be 54. That can't be right. 17 would be 51, wouldn't it? So just over, it's over 17 seconds lap average. So the best, I think, is I don't think anyone's cracked 50 seconds yet for the 3 rounds, for the 3 laps, sorry. So 51 is not out of it. Very, very quick turn of actual time. And the individual heats take about 10 minutes, I think. But there's a lot of turnaround time. Oh, that's good news. Frank has had 2 espressos. That means he will be friendly. And we asked, I have a bottle of water on me right now, Frank, so thank you for the hydration advice, because it is very hot, very muggy, and we are outside. None of this air-conditioned luxury like you boys have in Gubbio. No, not that Jude ever gets air-conditioned luxury. He's always out in the open. But we've decided that's fine, because he's young and he can take it. You know, I'm not overly sure how well we do with our looking after our staff, but, you know. Jackson, he says good lucky to Edward to that. We saw a couple of laps over in the blue and white car earlier. Ruben Zatsky watching from Punta Prima Beach in Mallorca. Coffee sounds like a cracking idea, says Dan Mush. Going to stick the kettle on the back of the mud. Do you know what? I think you're right. Even though it's hot, you can never have too much coffee. There's a guy in the pits who's got kind of the look of Jordan Taylor about him. So if you know who Jordan Taylor is in the IMSA series, I think it's just shape of face and beard. But I keep looking down, thinking, oh no, it's not Jordan Taylor. It's not Jordan Taylor. So they now have a warm up. And you can see we have Juan Luis Mayorga Lorenzo in 1, Miguel Bouchard Belder in 2. And now I have to go up to different pages. I was reading that out too late. Looked up, it already gone. Nightmare. Eugenio Rodriguez Media in 3, Montserrat Javier Coblan in 4, Jose Paquito in 5, Carlos Sanchez Lopez in 6, 7's not there, 8 might be there, which is Jason Noonan from Ireland, Valentin Lacey, Luca Valentin, oh that's, yeah, Valentin Luca, oh it's a baby Alazi, so it's Luca Alazi in 9. Francesco Vidal Colonia in 10, and Fabrizio Della Pozza in 11. Jason Newman should be here, but he's not checked in, the Irishman. Perhaps he's got bored practicing after 117. I'm sure this is like the 18th time they've been out. I'm really not sure what you're learning at this point. And I can see why they need a few practice. You've got to get the engines tuned up, they've got to lay some rubber down effectively. But at this point, what are you actually learning on your 18th run round the track? My guess is not very much. I'll find out. I'll have to ask on what you learned in your 18th practice session, but to get to driving, which is nice. So now I'm counting down for the start of the official races. So you're looking there, the big blue building at the back of the shoulder. If you look at the blue on the side, you've got pit lane, it goes around the corner. That blue building there with the window on the to the right of the screen, that's the timekeeper's sit. I think that's where the loop is as well, actually, at that back end of there. It's kind of a red bollard showing where the loop is. All the cars are in, so let's get ready to rumble. I'm not sure getting ready to rumble is the exact way of putting it. Get ready to go now, down in pit lane. Off in order. It's the advantage of being towards the front, and they'll release the first guy quite soon. So we have one, which is Juan Luis Mayorga. Lots of Spaniards in these lower heats, all the club Spanish guys really supporting this European Championship really well. So, down the back straight. Oh, needs a bit of oversteer there. Obviously, this is a 4-minute run. That's time you've gone, but it's just the fastest 3 laps. So, Juan Luis sort of finding his feet at the moment. Also want to find a bit of clear space. Notice some faster guys in this heat. And now pumping into time. A lot of people are looking for space and looking to relax, because they're releasing 1, 2 faster than 10. It's not released in any particular order of pace, and they all know who's fastest and who's slowest. But they also want a bit of space to try and get 3 good laps down, because there'll be a resort, I believe, after this. People will move into different heats. So you can see behind him is what looks like quicker car, the orange and yellow. And the orange and yellow car I need to get a bit of view. My view is like a bit just around this corner here. Oh, it's actually orange and white. So that's a 2 car. And then behind him, whoa! Orange and yellow. It's the 9, and that is the second place runner. That's the Lung Luca Elasi. Pretty sure there's some decent engines. So yeah, Elasi's son. And down the straight they go. We'll use our straight analysis camera next time so you can see as they fire up the straight. 37 of this one to go. So Lazy's got traffic. Oh, blocked him off. We'll be upset about that. He'll try and get the inside of it the whole time. Here they come, bounding down the straight. Bang, 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 around the corner. A little wide and there they go. Oh, a few cars away. Oh, bit of curb there. I'm not so fast away. Effectively, you drive these cars like a drift car. They've got a solid rear axle. Four-wheel drive, but they have a solid rear axle. And you just power them on a drift. There's no drifts in them or anything like that. Trying to fast on these foam tyres, just let the slip get them round the corner. You can always, they can unstick the rear end with the power anytime they want. You see they turn the sixpence with the high grip of the firm tyres. Bright yellow machine, oh well, bright greeny yellow machine. Car number 4 of Montserrat Corbalan, sorry. So the top up before he goes into pits, check out the temperature, and out they go. So the fastest 3 laps went to Jose Paquito with a 17.2 fast and 52 flat. Then it was Luca Elasi, 17.5 and 53. Fabrizio de Pola, Francesco Vida Cardona, Carlos Sanchez Lopez, Eugenio Rodriguez, Montserrat Corbalan, Miguel Puchel make up the rest of the runners and riders. So obviously we are moving up. Well, we're sort of moving up the speed rank. I think it's towards the bottom. There's kind of a mixture of people who are there and thereabouts. What chassis are in this heat, says Nick. Well, it's a crunchy date. Well, there's all sorts, actually. In this coming heat, there are Infinities, Serpents, X-Rays. It's not always, it's absolutely, unlike some of the other cars, absolutely impossible to tell, to be honest, because they all sit under the same style of body shell, and they've all painted up new ones and not put any stickers on them. I can tell you that the car number 5 is a Shepherd. Car number 6, I think, is a Shepherd. He's got a sticker on the car. You've got an Infinity. Car number 1 is an Infinity. The others only got stickers on about their engines. It's irritating. Car number 2 is a Mugen Secchi. So there we go. Number 2 is a Mugen Secchi. Number 1's an Infinity. I'm quite not sure I released car number 10 so early in that one. These cars, I'm just watching the cars, as you look at them, these cars are quite loose to begin with. But they kind of need to, no additive of course, and it's very, very strictly monitored to make sure there is no additive. So that's not why they're a bit skiddy, because you often see cars that are a bit loose in 12 metres, they try and dry off the last bit of additive. My guess is because they're actually trying to get the kind of bed the foam tyres into the track. There's some grip on the tyres. You know, spent rubber will get picked up, get a bit tackier, and also obviously you will, whilst they're obviously round, you'll actually take off the top surface and also kind of key it into the track as well. One of the reasons they don't want to go too offline on these cars, so they will pick up gunk on the tyres, which will then take a few corners to get rid of. So the normal pittery going on as we wait for the 5 minutes to start. Well done, Luca and Fabrizio, says Frank, LV3 SHF. Well done, Luca and Fabrizio. Everyone's extremely good. Yeah, it's not bad. I haven't seen any drivers you go, oh dear, about, to be honest. When are the big guns starting to come out? Says Crunchy 8. We're on heat 4. There are 9 heats. So once you get 7, 8, 9, you've got some a few well-known people in there. So we're still working through the club racers and the youngsters. Serpent España TV. Oh, TV. Hello, everybody. Thanks to us for the transmission. Well, thank you to EFRA as well. Our major supporters here. What is moving on down now? Right, so in they come. Just remind you of what's happening today. We're running through the 9 time practiced heats here. Then we go and have a lunch break for, I think, an hour. I'm going to say an hour. I can make it up. It's me in charge. I can say it's now. But, oh, flip. I can say it's now, but it's not. It's an hour and 20 minutes, actually. And they come back with another round of time practice, then almost immediately go into qualification. 2 rounds of qualification, and the day finishes at about 6:30 local. They've spread it all out. Off they go. See who we're with. So Jude has picked up the pink and white. I'm assuming that's car number 1. And that would be Nuno Alvaro Arcas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Spaniards, a Monegasque, an Austrian, an Irishman, and a Swiss person. What's a Swiss person called? A Swiss person, in this one. Up towards the straight. Coming in down to the hairpin at the bottom of the track. We've always had this shot. We've been, every single time, we've always put a shot down there. I think we're not very kind of like, you know, different. So I'll do that, I'll do. Shot down there, be nice. So down straight, just working up. Alvaro on picture, doing 18 flats. Got back 2 to the black one, black and white one, which is now just coming into the corner. That's it. That I know. I think that's the Mugen Secchi from when I looked earlier. I have to work out which car number it is. The one car, typically, if you come off the one car, it's interesting, it falls over. Missed the number again. Be very careful about looking at different things. My eyes are not accustomed to this eye, so that looks like it's car number 2. It is. So that's car 2 of Alicio Botticella. Down the straight. A bit tighter. See a bit tight that exit. The exit's been a bit wider to a point. Now I'm getting a little bit tighter on it. So lines are changing. The track has, I mean, obviously there was a large amount of track evolution during the first day, but I'm sure it plays to its stand at this point. Coming in the morning, we've got to lay a bit more grip down. Obviously it's cooler. In the middle of the day it's warmer, and that obviously on the whole sheds grip. And running as they do to 6:30. To be honest, the heat of the day doesn't really drop off by 6:30. It's not a massive change. They're not going to be making a huge amount of difference on that front. So, yeah, I think it's not, you know, it's round by round qualifying anyway. So it happens tomorrow, it doesn't matter. Minute to go. Let's find somebody else. Just drop back one, June. Let's see who it is. It's a number 4 car. And that is Jose Luis Sanchez Fuertes. I'm impressed by the lack of completely single-coloured white shells in this one. I can only see one, which is a new record, I think. Just the one. Half minute to go. It's a very sensible qualifying. I can tell they're qualifying sensible. I haven't been able to press the replay button yet because nothing's happened replayable. Very depressing. So last lap for the 4 car. Enters onto the main straight. Look at it, they're not very straight, are they? Vroomp, goes across. Wobbles up the straight. And we'll cross the line now to finish the run. But and he goes into second place on a 54.1. But obviously 54 means you're averaging 18 seconds. As you can kind of see, this heat is no faster with Vincenzi Garcia Rano from Jose Luis Sanchez Fuentes. Got a lot of shouting going on there. Marcus Sieber 3rd. Austin Elliott from Ireland in 4th. But the actual lap times, you can see the top 3 lap times are not really any quicker than we've been seeing from the previous heats. So it looks like the first 4 or 5 heats are all pretty much of a muchness, and they'll be resorted, I would think. I'm assuming they're being resorted. They'll be resorted for qualifying. So there are people who are slightly faster in each one. As you can see from the shot, the big IT8 building, we're kind of the track's kind of on the edge of an industrial estate, but also on the end of a kind of like there's a municipal sports arena area. There's a lot of other little sports arenas. Behind this is a skateboard park. There's a mini football stadium. There's some pitches, and so it's kind of the area for sport. And across the road, it's the area for industry. And there's a lot of mystery. Industrial units. So one of them over to the left, I get the impression makes pallets because they've got 1 million pallets stacked up. Bit of wildlife. Some skinny pigeons. I see no different breed of pigeon we have in the UK flying over. So heat 5 is Jose Miguel Blanco Ballesta from Spain, Tony Forne Thomas from Spain, Didier Parisi from Monaco, Jose Angel Gutierrez Pro from Spain, Christian Lopez from Spain, Carlos Matthew Reed from Spain, Marco Weidling from Germany, And then Juan Pedro Velas Gomez, Juan Miguel Delgado Garzon, and Manuel Sendan Guch, all from Spain. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Spaniards, a Monegasque, and a German in this heat 5 of 9. Look at those Spanish flags. They fly in on our timing and scoring. So they're doing their kind of warm-up bit now. Diego, see what I know, it says Go Sendan, who's car number 10. When the big guns come out like Mark Green, says Crunchy, well, Mark Green's not here. There's only one UK entrant, and that's Alex Thurston, who's going very well at the moment. 7, 8, 9 is big gun time. Let's all hit that like, says Frank. LV3SHF. I wonder what that means. LV3SHF. I'll never know. So I'd say it actually begins to count for something at 3 o'clock this afternoon local time, which is 2 o'clock in the UK, and 9 o'clock, I think, in Eastern time. I'm sure. I should really say it's 4 o'clock in Finland, isn't it? Because that's actually Europe. So if you're in Europe, you're another hour ahead of us. If you're in Finland and places like Bulgaria, Romania, another hour ahead. Can someone lower the camera? In what way? It's only warm up. Camera will get moving in a minute. About now, actually. So, right, let's get on with this. Right, Jude, can you take car number 10 when he goes out? Because that's Sendan. We've got to go Sendan. We've got to go Manuel Sendan Couché. Someone wants to see him, so we'll take car 10. There he goes, running to the back. Well, very confusing. They'll run around in new order. Yeah, they're going out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But the pits are arranged 10, 9, 8, 7, 8, 9, 4. So everyone has to kind of reshuffle them. Apart from car 5, I think we'll just kind of take a little step to the left. Down there we go. There's 7 in the blue. There's 8. There's 9. There's 10. Go on, Sendan, you're a star. You're getting some coverage. Down to the hairpin. And immediately we do see these cars. Just need to key into the track slightly, and off he goes for his timed run. Oh, a bit of oversteer. A lot of oversteer. So just trying to get the tyres over. As I said before, not having a particularly good lap does not matter during the time practice, because you're only counted on your 3 best consecutive laps. The problem is if you do it in the 4-minute time, because every single lap counts. On that one. And through the kink to the hairpin. And now up the straight. There he comes. Whee! Way to make a 70-mile-an-hour car look slow. But it's interesting to see how they do meander down the straight. It's hard to keep them completely aligned as they come into the hairpin. Again, car now sticking at the rear end. So more confident to send down there. Let's get sending over the line, see what sort of lap times he's doing. Last one's 18 flat. This one is an 18.4. And let's drop back one to see what the next one is. So it's the number 1 car, and that is our fastest person so far this heat, which is Jose Miguel Blanca Ballesta. Up to the kink. The main straight. And there he goes. He's doing 17.7, so it's a few tenths faster than Sendan. Bang. Very spectacular. You're actually lucky enough to get out and stand at the end of the straight and watch them do that. I mean, it's quite frightening, obviously, because you think they're coming towards you at 70 miles an hour, and you think, oh, that's it, and they do turn, which is fine. But actually, we are protected by a tennis net at the end of the straight. You can probably see it just at the end. There's tennis net protecting the wall. It's more for the cars, obviously, because they go to the wall at 70 miles an hour. They're wrecked. If they go into a tennis net, it takes, obviously, it slows them down gradually, and in the worst case scenario, it might damage your body. So, some intelligence in this. Wrong there. Some intelligence in this. So, a minute to go. Okay, just drop back one more. See who the next car along is. Oh, it's a long way, isn't it? Oh, it's stretched out. There he is, the white car. Oh, so that's a man who's decided to paint the body white. Well done. And that is actually the number, oh, is that the 3? Let's have a look. Didn't quite see his number the first time round. It is the 3. And that is Didier Parisi from Monaco. So last couple laps of Didier. Didier's lap time last time round was an 18.1. No real great speed any of these cars. I'm wondering where the track slowed down because there's no real speed in it. I'm not seeing anybody doing it. We've got 17.6 is the best lap. You see we're up at the high 50, well, mid 53s. 53.2, 53.2, 53.2, 53.8. So there's the result. It was Christian Lopez at 53.2, 8. And then a whole 100th of a second, well, 6,000 seconds slower with 3 laps was Jose Blanca Ballesta. And way off by almost a tenth of a second was Jose Angel Gutierrez. And half a second back was Juan Pedro Perez Gomez. So that's heat number 5. We've got 6, 7, 8, and 9, so might begin to start recognising some of the names here. Heat 6 sees Cristiano Sarto of Italy, Andrea Catanzani, Italy, Jose Felix from Portugal, Iker Saborit from Spain, Sergio Frank from Spain, Vicente Eres Ramos from Spain, Clive Connolly from Ireland, Eduardo Fernandez Escalona Ribera from Spain, Jorge Martinez Aguido from Spain, and Ruben Olivares Munoz from Spain. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locals, 2 Italians, Portuguese, and an Irishman. Good Irish. I think it's 3 Irish races, which, given it's a small country, is a pretty impressive showing. Less variance of country here than probably in any of the other events. We didn't have a huge train of people walking, well, different countries walking around. We've got Austrians, Germans, Swiss, Italians, French, Monegasques, Brits, Portuguese, Spanish, Italians, and Irish, I think, is the complete set. And Dutch, the Dutch racer as well. So round they all go. Carl says, watching from Ireland Islands. I wonder where that is. So is it one of the islands of Switzerland, one of the islands, Switzerland, one of the islands of Sweden, or one of the islands in Denmark? Where are the Ireland Islands, Mr. Carlson? Good morning from America. Says Skunk Boss RC. Says Evaristo, please talk slowly. Not going to happen. STBN72 would be this beautiful chat. John Toman doing that. I really like to, John. I'd love to know that. How the lap times there, 10th electric mod. Electric mod was here some years ago, and the track wasn't exactly the same though. So my guess is that these cars would be quicker over a lap, but I'm not sure about. It'd be very close. Will the track grip up? The track has gripped up, Crunchy. They just take a couple of laps to get used to it. There's a very, very big, sticky black line, but the temperature obviously is very high as well. Are there any coyotes at the event? Good question, Crunchy. I don't know. Ah! Oh, it's lovely cold. Water. Oh dear, it's depressing there. They've run out of Coke Zero, so I'm having to go to water. I don't drink full fat Coke. I just don't like it. It's too sweet. It makes your teeth funny. And at my age, you've got to hold on to everything. But answer that question, obviously, are there any coyotes? I don't know, and I don't think so. There's a good variety of chassis. We've got Capricorns, we've got Infinities, we've got Shepherds, we have a few X-Rays. I'm sure I've forgotten some here. Serpents as well. So there's at least 5 or 6 chassis, but not seen anybody with a Kyosho top on. Well, anything's like Kyosho. Abandon the Kyoshos. Okay, so now up to heat 6 of 9. Let's get rolling. There we go. Oh, who's he going with? He's going with 5, or was it 6? It's a multicolour one anyway. Car number 5. Sergei Frank Kodina. I'm pretty certain that you've chosen that one because it's by far the most colourful. This is the way. You want to get yourself onto RC Racing TV, paint your body. Don't just use old one can. Give it a proper spray up. You'd love a spray up. Right, so laps are down. They're now all out and counted. Thank you, Matt, for the water. So the 5 will crawling across the line in a second. And his first lap will be... where's he gone? 19.2, because he's gone to the pits. So a bit of extra tuning. Out he comes. You can do this now, you can't do it later. So now it's supposed to be quite circumspect the A's. Look, a bit more circuit down the straight. Now to put the blast on. Come across in a very long time, isn't it? 29 seconds of the pit stop. Right, up and rolling. Let's see what Sergei Frank can do. Fires it round. Up to the time in scoring hut. There's the start finish through the pits kink, and the time was a 17.3. Which is a good time actually for this class. That would keep it here. 3 of those, you'd be just on 52. Almost exactly. So that first lap was a pace everyone else. Here's the second one. And it is a 17.2 again. He's got traffic. Let's let him through. That's the one car of Cristiano Sator from Italy. So this is the third lap, and he doesn't mess this one up. My guess is that the 5 car will jump quite high up to the top. There you go. And he's gone the first person to go sub 52 have for a while with 17.2. So we haven't seen many sub 52s, and that's indicative now we're in heat 6. And their 3 lap times are 2, 3, 4 tenths faster than before, so a tenth a lap. Getting faster now, 51.6. So he's now done 3 laps in the 17.2 elements. So good on him. Let's drop back 1 car, Jude. And it's the white number 1 of Cristiano Sato from Italy. He's a little bit further down, he's in 7th. Very, very straight. A little tiny jink to the level. No, that's gone slightly wrong. Through oversteer. He came around that right hand and they shoot back towards the timing hut. Obviously, a lot more left-sided wear than right once they get into the big race. You think about this, that very slow right-hander, and he's got a medium speed left, a medium speed right, and an incredibly fast left, and then you've got this even quicker left here. There are more lefts than right, and the lefts are the fast corners as well. And what is another anti-clockwise track? We've had so many anti-clockwise tracks this year. I think that the last 4 tracks I've been to have been anti-clockwise, which is almost unheard of. Just drop back the yellow and white car. Might be green, it's yellow on my screen. And that is car number 2. So that is Andrea Catizani, who is he took a bit of curve there. Second fastest. Catizani probably feeling a bit blocked by the 1 at this point, but they're all going for a time. Hasn't managed to go sub 52. That is just Sergei Frank. But that one's done. Just getting across the line. Was he bothering the lap? He was, sort of. So as you can see, it's Sergei Frank Cadena with a 51.6 over 3 laps. And the best, it ended up getting a best lap of 17.004, which didn't actually come from his 3-lap run. So Andrea Catizani, 17.152. They didn't put 3 decent laps together. All of these guys' individual fastest laps are a long way underneath their average for the 3, so they put in a good one at some point outside those 3. So next up, heat 7, got 7, 8, and 9. We have Mattia Colavo in 1, Antoine Gaschet in 2, from France, Italy and France. Gérald Collinet from France, Maxime Nupol from France in 2. 3 Frenchmen in a row there, 2, 3, and 4 were both French. Nacho Lopez Luch from Spain in 5. Filippo Domani, the Italian junior, who was so impressive at the 1/10 event. And then Dave Bellard, who won't be taking part. Alvaro Fernandez Calva from Spain in 8. Victor Pelez Olivares in 9. And another Frenchman, Arnaud Mathieu in 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Frenchmen in this one. Revving. Let's get going. Back over for the warm-up. 4 minutes. Still my favourite class to watch, right? Certainly a good class to watch. I think once they get racing, it's always exciting. But they're quite big cars, and they're quite spectacular when they go round corners. You've got to train with them really pushing. It's pretty impressive. We'll go to Manuel Malta. So heat 7, heat 8, heat 9, lunch break. Another set of these warm-ups, these qualifiers, and then we go straight into qualifying. 2 rounds of qualifying until quite late today, to be honest. Okay, a minute to go. Go Alvaro, says Diego Craig Armada. Now, who is Alvaro? Well, by saying go Alvaro, he's absolutely qualified for a follow. So now what happens is Jude and I had to find out who Alvaro is. It's car number 8 is Alvaro. So car number 8 of Alvaro Fernandez Calvo is your target. We're going to pull him in, and we will give car number 8 all the love in the world. Well, not physically, but just with the camera. Okay, let's go and see what we can get with a bit of a... Oh, honestly, it's noisy enough without there being feedback from the microphone. Really is the last thing you need. To fly in that camera, you see that? There he is, car 8, the Serpent of Alvaro Fernandez. Nice paint job as well, so he definitely deserves to be on the camera. Oh, the X-ray, whoever that was, is stalled. Yep, well done. Well, 7 wasn't there. There he goes. So first lap counts for nothing. Off when they go a little bit skiddy. Not so far. That car looks quite nailed down to the ground, isn't it, in the first lap? Alvaro Fernandez Calvo. Here he goes, up the straight. Arrow straight. So it's heat 7, so we are getting towards the top here. And Filippo Domini with a 17-1 straight out the box. Calavo, that was a 17-8 we just saw. Fernandez 75 here watching. Round the hairpin. Way out to the left. Up to 4th now. Well, it's moving all the time. So he's dropping literally by the half second. He's dropping up and down as these 3-lap runs come in. Actually in 2nd with a 51.9. So you've got a few more under 51. 3 already are under 52, sorry. A little bit more speed again. We've seen them moving up the ranking list of the... Filippo Domani, that end at the end apparently is wrong. Filippo Domani absolutely bossed the 1/10 for a young man. Got into Super Pole. Problems, I think, in the final. Yeah, the problem in the final, which meant he didn't actually get the trip. Very quick, a little bit loose. And I'm sure we'll pick him up in a minute. Second fastest moment to Fernandez. So we've managed to find the fastest person on the track somehow. Where's Jude going now? Oh, he's found a car over there he likes. It's a light green machine. And it is the, where are we? It's the 4. So that is Maxime Ripoll from France. The right hand up and under timing and scoring. That is the timing loop, that big white line in the set. Oh, bit of oversteer. It looks like they drift them round. Oversteer is obviously what you want, but not too much. Ripoll a little bit too much that time round. Through the hairpin, very nice. Again, just a little bit fishtail as it comes out. Down the straight. Right old. So I'd say that Max is a tad loose. He's 4th, so it's not the end of the world. Perhaps he lets time he likes the car. Okay, let's find somebody else. He's going for the blue and the orange. It's white, look, blue from a distance. And that is car number 0. And that is our leader, Mathieu Arnaud, another Frenchman. So 51.2 so far, best for his 3-lap average. Fast up to the 17 flat. Sorry, 17 flat is fastest time. So Mathieu Arnaud, he's got one more lap to go. Or has he? Is he going to get past? He will do, yeah. So his last lap, and he goes up the straight. And what happens there, of course, is his lap actually finishes, wait for it, there, which is why they look very laconic when they're kind of drifting in at the end, because they've already finished that but some time away. Yeah, that's the start-finish line, marked by the bollard with the red top to it. There's the result. It's Arnaud there with a 51.2 and a 17 flat. So as you can see, he's only 2/10 off his, if you averaged all 3 together. So he had 3 fast laps, 17.031. Fastest again for Alvaro Fernandez. Fluid Dominique in 3rd, not quite so. Look at that name at the top of this one, next one coming. Right, into Heat 8. So we really are into the top racers. We've got Lamberto Collari, we've got Timo Lino, we've got Enzo Battistini, we've got Silvio Hackler, John Ehrman, Thomas Itard, Jonathan Gandhi, Alex Thurston and Michael Salvin. So pretty much all of those are common and well-known racers for the many years in the nitro track classes. Vamos Alvaro, says Daniel Jr. Donny Hong, what's the track's name? And it is the Club Altet in Almafusa, Spain, says Paul Point. Daniel Jr. said, I think it's in Valencia, which is near Valencia, but the best track in Spain is Vigo. Well, is it? I haven't been there, may well be. Thanks, madness, says H. Jasper E. 10 machines full of very angry bees. Can't argue that point, performance. And when you sit here, you do begin to pray for a lunch break after a while. It is, I mean, if you love the noise, you love the noise. But it is very, 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 very noisy, which is fine. Diego Cremona, 51.3. And great job, Alvaro. So, obviously, everyone is very happy with Alvaro's performance in that last heat. So, as before, some big names in this one. Lamberto Collari, historically the biggest, 9-time world champion. Collari actually hasn't won as many as, I don't think he's actually won that many European championships. He's quite impressive with it every other year. He's a 7-time world champion. I'll have to count. Nothing I give to it. I gave Craig just some more European championships he had at the weekend, so I can always give Collari more world championships. You're pretty safe if you go over They got the, there they go. Oh, so he won 14 European. Oh, it's only 11 actually, but thanks to 14. If you say he's won 1, they won 9, they got upset. So, as you see, Pirani's not turned up. But it is Kalari, Linu, Battistini, Hackler, Ehrman, Etihad, Yandin, Alex Thurston and Michael Salvin. Good news for the British who are watching is that our single British representative Alex Thurston has been going pretty well. Running, I think currently he's running in 5th overall on the timing sheets. So just we get to qualifying, the fastest top qualifier goes straight into the final on Saturday, and the next 4 go into Super Bowl, which runs on Friday afternoon, tomorrow afternoon. The warm-up continues, not long to go. About a minute of warm-up. Go on, Alex, is John Toman. Is it Michael Salvin old AF? Yeah, I think it's probably fair. He's quite senior. He's experienced 20 years ago. No, I think Michael might be. I don't want to speak out of turn. I think Michael may well be wrong side of 60, but still got it. He's still got it, boys. He's still got it. So let's take car 1 out because he's won lots and lots of world championships. See what Lamberto Kalari can do. With the Infinity. There he goes. So Kalari. Lots of revving. Not necessarily trying to go maximum speed. Now opens up the taps. And away he goes. So Kalari. One of the, if not the most successful RC racers of all time. The World Championships won. Obviously, not the breadth of World Championship winning that we've seen, or European Championship winning from other drivers. He's still won a heck of a lot. I think he must have won the most. And he's just about to score his first lap. And that's a 17.2. You see, slightly quicker from John Ehrman. Jonathan Gandin faster still, 17.1. Michael Salvin, 17.8. And Alex Thurston a slow one, but it doesn't matter because he's just warming the cars up. Kalari's second lap is a 17.1. So absolutely on pace, Kalari, with this second group. Obviously there's another group to come. Cool, fishtails go past the straights then. Powers it down. 51.6 at the moment. Now what he needs to do is try and slightly improve that. Which he doesn't do on that lap. Well, it's best 3 consecutive, so it's difficult. You've got to try and get those 3 together. Okay, just drop back 1. And that is the orange 2 car of Teemu Leinu. Another Infinity. Finnish racer. Prior to COVID, he won a couple of European Championships. So Teemu's getting on a bit now. He'll be in the over 40s very soon. won a European champion in 2004 in touring car. Switching the lap, Lino currently down in 6th in the seat. A bit ponderous around the pits kink. Let's drop back one more, G. And it's the yellow machine. Who will this be? It's slightly, I have no idea. I mean, it might be number 3 if they're actually running in order. It could have changed order. It's all terribly thrilling. This is in fact car number 7. Exciting. That's Thomas Yettard of France. Powering it down. And we'll go back one more. Good. Let's get a 4th car in. Oh, he's got past as well. So is this going to be the 3 this time, or is it going to be someone else? That actually is the 5. So you get out of order. That's Silvio Hackler from Switzerland. A little bit slow around the time in scoring, really. Don't you see it pick up quite as he wanted it to? You know, got this kind of sort of shading sun coming out from the back of the pits area. Fires it down the straight and then goes. See, is this just a little bit? I'm not sure it's the fastest way round, but he is now currently scored a 2nd overall. Jonathan Gandin 51.2, Hackler 51.2, Kalari 51.2. It's quite close, isn't it? Really. In fact, they're all covered by 9,000ths of a second over 3 laps, so it's very close. Then Ehrman, then Thurston, and Lino. Not long to go. And Thurston goes to the top of the list with Silvio, who are working here. So Thurston has picked up the fastest. Also gone several have gone sub 60, sub 17. That is Thurston, I think, to the end anyway. So that's the end of that one. In they all come. Is that Thurston? It's one of the pink cars. That's Alex Thurston there, actually. So right at the end, Silvio Hackler took it with a 51.006, 51.184, 69, 69, 69, 69. That's the fast lap you see. Kalari even there, 51.2. And a little bit of uptick in speed for this penultimate heat. So remember that top 3, 51.2. But now we have the guys who were the fastest qualifiers. Well, fastest theoretical qualifiers, 2 of them are actually here. So the entry list is Dario Balestri, who's been the fastest, and Simon Kurzbuch, and their rivalry has kept 8th IC going for many a year now. Carmine Raiola from Italy, so Italy and Switzerland, thereby. Carmine Raiola is 3rd, Tony Gruber is 4th, Robert Pietsch, who's now over 40, which is very annoying for me because I'm even older. From Germany is 5. Then Dominic Greiner in 7th, the European champion, in 1/10. And then you have Francesco Tironi on the 8th and Mirko Salimi from Italy. They haven't, Oliver Mack from Germany and Alessio Mazzeo were entered but did not actually appear. So it's a bit easier for them. This one, they'll only have 8 cars. There's traffic, but in fairness, it all gets sorted out for the qualifying in a minute anyway, so everything's fine. So the pits there, as you can see, is getting more and more into shape. This is the last heat before the lunch break. Current time is 11 o'clock. 12 o'clock here local, sorry. And we come back, I think, at 1:30, I think. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Maybe you should memorise this. Yes, we come back at 1:30. And then we're with you for 5 hours. And there's your list. 1, 2, well, many Italians. What's everyone saying? They're all saying, dear, some naughty little bots turned up. John Turner, thanks for commentary, Nick. I best do some work now. What's that then? I'll come back in an hour and a half. We're back on again. So count down towards the bits that count. Not that bit. Right, coming in a second, and they will form themselves back. And then we can, have a look at, we'll certainly follow car 1 out. That's Dario. Been the quickest so far. Down to the last 20 seconds. We call them in for a second, then we'll get ready to go on the final time practice heat. So let's take car 1 as he goes out, Jude. Honestly, I don't need the feedback. I really don't need the feedback. Move the microphone before my head explodes. Here we go. So the track's very bright. The pits are very clear, and down and away goes Dario, who's absolutely decided to have a plain white body shell. Thanks, Dario. And this is grey. It's not white, isn't it? It's a grey body shell. We've been told off a bit. Right, Dario starts up and away. And you see him down the straight for the first time. Bang, just up wide. Takes that left fast. And then accelerates into the timing area. Through the hatching. That's the naughty mechanic running back in again. So 16.8 out of the blocks for Balestra. So he has got some absolutely awesome speed on the car. That's like a 17.1 off that 16.8, so that's not, and Kuzbuch is 16.8 as well, so after putting out a great first lap, the following lap was not so good. Third lap, 17 again, so he's got a 50. So his first person under a 51 average. We've got 3 of them now, there's a 6.9 for Tony Gruber, so Gruber looking fast. Okay, drop back 1, and that'll be, should be Simon Kuzbuch, and anybody who knows anything about RC18 racing is aware that these two have been the stars of the field for the last few years, but as we found out in every class we've been to so far, the enforced layoff for 2 years, we've seen the changing of the guard, at least in some respect, in all of them, with a possible exception of 10th touring car. There goes Kuzbuch. Gruber's still the fastest though. Top 3 below 51. Ryan on a 51.0. Absolute fastest lap is 16.8, but the 3 of them have done it. So they've already touched the envelope as fast as you can go. Kersberg was 16.8 that time round. Balestri was 16.8 as well. So a lot of pace in all these cars here in the final time practice. I think the next time practice will be faster. So now with the pink machine, see who that is that comes round. It is car number 7. And that is Dominic Greiner, your 1/10 IC European champion from 2 weeks ago. Greiner was a little bit more successful in the 10th, but shouldn't be counted out from this, the 8th. 17.3. Now, oddly, 17.3s just don't cut it here. You need to be doing 17 flats or below. So Greiner in the all-pink machine. This is timing down. And it was a 17.1. Goes around again. We're looking for a 16 of some sort. And try that time of 17 flat. So we've now got 6 drivers under 51 seconds. Kersberg has pulled out a little bit of an advantage here. He's another half second ahead. Oh, sorry, half second ahead of the people who are under 50. Just drop back one more, Jude, for a couple of laps. Who have we got? There we go. And that is car number 9. And that is Mirko Salimi of Italy. So fastest lap I can see is a 16.756 from Tony Gruber. Gruber has now gone to the top with another 16.728. So Gruber actually put the fastest 2 laps of all in. As you can see, has gone with a 50.499. Kersberg 50.557. Balestri 50.611. Mirko Salimi 50.810. 50.9 for Greiner. 50.9 for Tironi. So all of them very, very quick indeed. Let's just have a look at the ranking list. And it is interesting that no one actually beat him. So it was faster. Balestri was faster in the previous one. Let's have a look. See if they've updated the ranking list. They have. So it's Balestri's fastest at the moment on 50.2, which he did earlier today. Gruber's is going to 2nd place. Pietchi's 3rd. Greiner is 4th. Kersberg is 5th. Then Mirko Salimi. Alex Thurston is 7th. Kalari's 8th. Francesco Toni is 9th. And Silvac is 10th. And they're caught up by 0.8 with 2nd over 3 laps. So Balestri is a 10th of a second over the rest of the field. Right, it's time for lunch now, isn't it? So it's our lunch time. We'll be back with some more time practice at 1:30 local time. That's 12:30 if you're in the UK, or 2:30 if you're in Finland. And we'll be back with that excitement. And then, of course, we have another round of time practice. Then we start with qualifying, 2 rounds of qualifying, and we carry on going to about 6:30 this evening, local time. So I will see you all very soon. Hello everybody, and I hope you've had a very pleasant lunch. We certainly have. It's nice to be back with you all for the final round of timed practice. Just waiting to gather ourselves back in. To Kevin, who was watching in vacation. In fairness, he was probably watching in vacation prior to lunch break. Oh, happened there. I don't want that to happen. How's that happened? It's going very well, isn't it? No, ignore those various messages on the screen. That's not what we want to say at all about. There's no final study at 4:15. That's complete not happening. Oh, the playlist. The inquisition about why the cameras weren't changed when it started, it's mostly my fault, I think. Okay, right, so a lesson to be learned there. Never let your commentator fiddle with the cameras. This is qualifying practice heat 1, this is called now. Wow, okay. How different. We're back now, so that's solved that one. So you can tell things have changed because it's no longer fastest 3 laps. It's going to be a forecast of a run in 7 minutes. Oh, it's 7-minute race times. Doesn't seem right. I thought it's 4-minute race times. Okay. Interesting. Can't seem to do a 7. Oh, is it 7 minutes in which you do 4 minutes? Very confusing. We've changed the rules again for this particular qualifying practice here. I mean, I'm quite looking forward to qualifying. I understand qualifying. This is now qualifying practice. Hello to everyone who's back. Welcome to all of you, wherever you're listening to. My name is Nick Damon. with the McCallum team, Jude and Matt. Jude on camera, Matt on waving his hand when I get something wrong. It's fair enough, to be honest. So we're with the light green car here at Almafus now Tet for Thursday afternoon. Last round of practice before the first qualifying starts. And the spearmint green car is the one machine of Stefan Polka. Fisher's not actually running, so I think there's some people who haven't got their numbers on properly, is my guess. Just check he has got ones. I've misread that number. This is car one, and car one apparently is not running. Weird. Okay. Might be as well not to. He's just got 7 minutes. This is very strange. Not confused at all about this. Okay, we'll leave that one there. Perhaps what they've got now is a 7 minute, because they were having 3 minutes and 4 and they were being pulled in. Now they've got an open 7 minutes to run, so they can practice pit stops. It might be that actually. They're just giving them just changing it slightly with an open 7 minutes. Honestly, they do these. They're just a law unto themselves in this qualification procedure. So into heat 2, there's 9 cars. It's Miguel Leiva-Vedra in 1. It's Carlos Masmas in 2. Adil Chumchum in 3. Jose Gonzalez Brecher in 4. Richard Fertner in 5. Manuel Rodriguez Pipcon in 6. Francesco Mundo Cheers in 7. Alberto Monica Bernal 8. And Thomas Fawn Thomas in 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of whom are Spaniards. So good morning to Zanon in the south of Brazil. How are you? I think they're just basically just been released for a free 7 minute practice, I think. The drivers have been resorted. So they've been resorted. So we'll see the actual arrangements of qualifying, who's actually where in the qualifying heats. Yep, and they've just been released, and it's a 7 minute free run. Where you do what you want to do, you practice what you want to practice. So I'm like, wow, already. Okay, Julie, go and have a shift on the cars. This is the halfway house, they just get going and that's it. So we so we're currently with the pink car. Looks to me like that is the number 3 machine of Adil Chamchum of Switzerland. Adil comes overtime and scoring. Ends the hairpin. Oh, emerging green car from the pit lane there. Black down the straight, about 65 miles an hour, we think. The green car. Oh! They're going to need to fill up at this point because they can't run for 7 minutes on a tank. Oh, problem with the 6 car of Rodriguez Picon. Needs to get back on the starter. Oh, problem is this man's servicing 2 cars at once. He's also servicing the 8 car of Alberto Moncayo. A little bit of bodywork adjustment done there as well. Now he gets a chance to start this one. Looks up to where the drivers are, but shouting. In goes the glow plug starter. Put some fuel in it, always helps. Didn't need much. Up and running, and away goes a 6. Smoking like a 1930s coal miner. But now it's cleaned up, and away goes down the straight. So they come round past the timing and scoreboard. Up the straight, sweep to the left. This is the timing scoring mark, that white line there. The hatchings at the start. The big kink for the pit. Pit entries there on his left. Pit exit on his right. He just wasn't his right, so pit entries his right as well, sorry, both of them is right. Left as I was looking at it, right as the driver would be in the car. So 3 of the cars haven't started, which is interesting. So this final practice wasn't necessary, I think. You can't have too much practice, to be honest. Pick up another car tube. And we've gone for the green machine. Oh no, he's gone to the pit. Didn't know he was about to get some starring role, did he? Also, he's not stuck his stickers on, so the green machine car 07. He's got a no sticker though. That's Francisco Mundi Chias. Right beneath our main camera. Unfortunately, there's a box there, so you can't see exactly, so you take off the body shell. Okay, better find another car, it'll be a while, this one. White and red of car number 2. Currently in 4th place, that's Carlos Mazmaz from Spain. Minutes to go, with 7 minutes of free running effectively. Everybody eminently sensible during this qualifying run. Well, not qualifying run, practice qualifying run. And they qualify and they practice to qualify. Our car, it's a white one. It's car number 9, I think. That's your leader, Tony Fawn-Thomas. He's the man who's taking it to the rest. The last few seconds of the warm-up. He won't get over the line this one, I don't think. 3, 2, 1, but no, he's not going to need a couple of seconds. That's all over. And the 7 minutes is finished. And it's, oh, naughty, naughty, naughty. Oh, Tony, you should have pulled in there. Stolen an extra lap. Oh, actually, he hasn't. Sorry, I'll take that back. He's not stolen an extra lap. They then called that. Once it goes to 0, they then called in. So naughty, which is not naughty, he was absolutely within his right to do another lap. Again, I'm not sure whether these results mean anything, apart from the 3 who haven't qualified through. Okay. So we're going to rev up for a few minutes before they come out for their 7-minute run. Who is in this one, I hear you ask? Nick, who's in this one? Well, I'll tell you in a minute. Okay, so in this one, which is heat 3, again 9, we have Marcus Sieber in 1 from Austria, Carlos Sanchez Lopez from Spain in 2, Juan Miguel Delgado Garzon from Spain in 3, Eugenio Rodriguez in 4, Austin Elliott in 5, Carlos Macias in 6, Alberto Fernandez in 7, Jorge Riva in 8, and Alicio Bottas Serra in 9. Those are your runners and riders. Hello to Jimmy Tonto from Down Under. How are you doing, sir? A bit of faffing about there was going on. The people were swapping seats. Out goes the first car. Who is the first car? Is it one? Could anybody? Look at it. It's the pink number 3. Exciting. So who is the pink number 3, I hear you ask? Well, I should tell you. It's Juan Miguel Delgado Garzon, who is your pink number 3. Very wide on that one. Very loopy, not really trying to hit the inside track at the first couple of laps. Get a bit of warmth into the tyres, run them, key them into the surface. Took the 19-second first lap. A bit quicker this time. 18 and a half, so... Ooh. Quite a lot of the cars are just revving. Now, the difference is they've got 7 minutes to do what they want to do in this one. They're not being timed in any way, even though they are being timed, but it's not counting for anything. So you can see that Delgado is slowly building speed. Now it comes in for fuel. Anything more? Fuel. What else are you going to get? Any tuning? Give me a little bit about, yep, a little bit more fuel. No, no tuning needed. Well, no, there's a thought about, yep, there's a little bit of a tune going on. No tyre change. Oh no, it's an adjustment. The gearing change. Yep, a little bit of gearing change there. It's quite late to be doing that because he's had 16 runs already. I think may well not be, may well actually just have been to make sure everything was tightened up properly. I didn't see a new spur going. The two-speed gearboxes, they have pairs of spurs and pairs of pinions. They just come off as packs. So you've got a, I don't know, a 60 and a 20, and the other side's a 60 and a 64. So you get the doubling down effect. Drivers 8, 4 and 7 all showing red. Officially they're missing. I think it's because they're from the pit. Not sure what everyone's going to use this whole 7 minutes. They might just use a little bit of it to get ready for qualifying itself. So the blue and the yellow car. Quite Benetton-y from the Renault, shall I say, from 2005 and 6 and 7. That's the 1 mild 7 car. This, by the way, that is Marcus Sieber. There's no one in this car has done a 17-second lap yet. And they are heat 3. It's not like the basic heat. Oh. Cars with problems at the beginning of the straight. Yeah, there's a lot of final tuning going on here. Who's next? There we are. I'm going to say it's the 5, but I might be wrong, actually. Didn't quite pick up the number of the black, white, with red flashings car. No, it's 9. So that's the number 9 car. It's a leader. That's Alicio Bottas. Down the main straight. Siebert. Felicio. We'll go traffic now. Gets up the inside. I wonder why it's suddenly got even noisier. It's because the people for the next heat are warming their engines up. So there's 18 cars running at the moment. Normally 9 of them on track, but a couple in the pits, and then the next heat revving up in the corner. So I've learned my lesson now. We'll get this lap, and then we'll have one more as we drop back the orange car. Last lap for this car, which is the 6 of Carlos Macias Ruiz. There's the 6 put a brake on there and didn't go across the line, which is a bit silly, but there we go. So, yes, not really sure what this means, because some people are running the whole time, some people aren't running any of the time, as they make the most of this kind of extra practice they've got. Oh. Moved away, that almost like it's just been kind of stung by something then. Bit unfortunate. Okay. So on this one, we have Juan Pedro Gomez Farias in 1. Manuel Sedan-Cuche in 2. In 3, it's Fabrizio Della Polo. In 4, it's Carlos Sancho Labernia. In 5, it's Gianluca Del Cilio. Nuno Alvaro Aracas is in 6. Jose Luis Sanchez Fuentes in 7. Didier Parisi is in 8th. And 9th, it's Francisco Video Cardona. So Spain, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Spain, Monaco, and Spain. Anthony Dutoit from the very hot UK. Track looks like a track he used to race in South Africa. Okay. So Anthony, yeah, I mean, there's not, I think, because the whole point about tarmac tracks in general within the RC world is to try and get as much track loop as possible into the minimum amount of circuit. Square meterage. They do a lot of bending back and twisting around because that's what you need to do to get that track length. And they've got much thinner than longer circuit. But they've got quite a few alternatives. This is pretty much what they always use for Euros, but it has some alternatives, shorter runs, which is obviously more suitable for touring cars or stock touring cars. So it's a good setup here in our tip. Matthews Club. Now, away we are with the orange car with the white nose. Hello, orange car, white nose. And that is, excitingly, car number 2. And car number 2 belongs to Manuel Sedan-Cuche of Spain. Manuel falling off the track there. Unfortunately, so I missed him fall off the track. Still waiting to do a replay. I think replayable has happened so far. Oh. So Manuel's come out with the car a little bit unsettled, as happens because they aren't getting a couple of minutes more up being called in going out there. They're just getting a 7-minute session to run around in. Heat 4 of 9 now. So laps around Kuche. He's doing 18.6s. There's really a lack of pacing. I think he has got hotter, and that's kind of taken some pace, even for these guys, taking some pace out of the track. Let's drop back one, Jude, to the multicoloured car. Spiralling down the straight, absolute maximum velocity. Over the timing line. Is he going to go round? Yep. There he comes. It's car number 9. And that is our current leader, which is Francesco Vidal Cardona. I say leader, it's the person doing the most laps. I know that's the leader, but that's not necessarily what everyone's trying to do in the most laps. I had a chat. We were in the technical inspection area at lunchtime. There's a lot of people getting very much looking to get the nth degree of value out of their body shells, and they're sort of failing the body shell height now to bring it down by 1/10 of a millimetre at a time so they can pass. Obviously, the aerodynamics in these cars is incredibly important to the speed they go. You can argue the effect sometimes, but it's absolutely vital in these cars. They are very much flying wedges. In he comes. We get someone else on the track, Jude. It's our green friend here, and that is car 4 of Carlos Sanchez Labernia. He's joined by someone else come out of there. See the cars flying down the straight. Definitely got a little bit warmer. And we pick up the white car, which is car number 5, and that is down at the bottom of it, though, Gianluca Del Cilio, from Switzerland. Going wide, now coming through the infield switch, and out now onto the main straight. Pulls it, flips it across. There's 3 all white cars, one after the other. Not sticking around that corner. I mean, it doesn't really matter at the moment. Oh well, he decided he was going to come into pits. Perhaps I'm not sure that decision was made because he didn't get the last corner right, or it's always happening. Well, I've been given some statistics. There we go, about cars and fuel and everything else. Exciting. Can't read it because I haven't got glasses, but if I did have my glasses, I could tell you the answers. I shall throw information about this in as often as I can. There are 8 chassis manufacturers here. So I'm going to throw out to the group. There are 8 chassis manufacturers. Which chassis manufacturer has the most percentage of the cars here? So who has the most of the 83 cars here? So answer that. There's no prize here, but just tell me who you think has the most chassis here. And I will read that out. I'll also tell you who all the chassis manufacturers are in the next qualifier. So question number 1, who has the most chassis this year at the 1/8 IC Track Championships? As Javier just handing that information. We're now with the blue and white car, who is car 8 of Didier Parisi from Monaco. Just checking I got the answer right. Oh, yeah. I'll give you a clue. The top chassis manufacturer has 21% of the vehicles here. And that's 3% more than the second team. And to answer a previous question, there are no Kyosho chassis here. No Kyoshos.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Finish car 2.
So that was the end of that. Whoops. Again, the results don't mean anything because they're doing different things during their 7 minutes of running. Do we have any guesses for who has the most number of... okay, we've got Serpent from Mr. King. Kevin's gone for 2. Kevin, you need to nail your mask to one or t'other because you can't be both. It's either one or the other that's got the most chassis. Who has the most chassis at this Euros? It's a very simple question. Well, I demand you answer. Oh, dear. Infinity from Like Slow. So we've got Infinity from Like Slow. We've got 2 choices from Kevin. He has to choose one or the other. And A King says Serpent. What manufacturer has the most chassis at the event? What manufacturer has the most chassis at the event? There is no prize. It is simply just for fun here as we wait for qualifying practice heat 5 to get underway. Basically, until I get more entries, I'm not actually going to give you the answer. So if you're listening and you're subscribed, all you need to do is write down the chassis manufacturer and I might just move this whole thing on. Otherwise, could be here forever. So we have Jose Felix in 1 from Portugal, Eduardo Dulac from Brazil via Switzerland in 2, Christian Lopez in 3, Miguel Blanco Ballester, Jose Blanco Ballester in 4 from Spain, Clive Connolly from Ireland in 5, Angel Gutierrez from Spain in 6, Jorge Martinez from Spain in 7, Vicente Garcia from Spain in 8, and Jorge Plata in 9. Away they roll, and first car rolling out is the green machine of car number 5, and that is Clive Connolly from Ireland, who aptly is green. He's not really trying it on the straight, is he? Just getting the thing up to speed. I'm at all surprised the white car goes past. It does. So Clive now is just giving himself a little bit of space, making sure the tyres are keyed to the track. Which they appear to be. Ooh. So this is very generous. The organisers bought some sun cream. Look at this one is burning. Apparently the sun may start shining into my eyes. That's good news. Oh, this is now the lighter green car. That's not Clive anymore, is it? Who's that with? So the lighter green car is, hang on, this is when I can read, if all worked out, I can read the numbers about here, and that is the 6th car of Jose Angel Gutierrez Bow. Goes in for some fuel. And it's like the blue and white one's caught Jude's eye. I think it's Eduardo Dulac from memory, because he has got a blue and white car, and I'm not guaranteeing it's the for number 2. That's my guess. I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe he's going. It wasn't. It was a 7 anyway. That was actually Jorge Martinez. So never try and be clever and remember things. Shepherd there for the 7. So is Shepherd the most popular chassis manufacturer? Yeah, I'll throw that one in. What's the most popular chassis manufacturer? Come on, everybody. Who is it? Is our request to know. Right, so back out with the 7. Like I said before, these times don't really matter. It's a 7-minute setup session. With any more bets on what's the most popular chassis? Last guess, Mugen. Can I put a fiver on X-ray, says Mike Emery? Mike, you can. If you did, would you win? And the answer is no, you wouldn't win. Because the most popular chassis manufacturer at the 2022 1/8 Track Worlds is Capricorn. But it's very close. 21% of the cars are Capricorn, 18% is Shepherd, then 15% are Infinity, 15% are Mugen, 14% are Serpent, so there's the same number of cars as Serpents, Infinity and Mugens, 8% are ARCs, 7% are X-Rays, 1 BMT and 1 WRC. So 7 probably means there's 80 cars, there's about 5 X-Rays, about 18 Capricorns, 12 Serpents, perhaps 13 Infinities and Mugens. So it's all very close. We could ask you what the most popular engine brand is, but you'd be here all day. So there's your answer. So effectively, really, it's pretty much open season with chassis manufacturers. There's 5 with a good chunky entry: Mugen, Infinity, Shepherd, Serpent, and Capricorn. And then X-Ray, who used to have a lot more, dropped off a little bit, and ARC are quite new into the field. And the single WRC and the single BMT. Now, I'm not sure. Mike Emery even lost the each way bet. Yeah, she did. So all you have to do now is just spend the £5. You can just send us the £5 on here. It's no problem, Mike. You can donate money to us and we will waste it all on beer. I'm sorry, we will spend it wisely on equipment, as that's what we always do. So, the number 9 at the moment, which is our leader. Just to get his full name, because with Spain they are very full names. It's Jorge Prata Raul. Who's Raul Jorge? Might be. Might be Raul Prata. One of the slight difficulties of reading out the names, it sounds like it's obviously part of in their native language, and I'm not brilliant at that sort of thing. I'm not trying to get anything wrong. But whenever in Spain, they do tend to do the, obviously, which is fine, the Spanish thing of listing both surnames. As in Spain, you take a surname from both your father and your mother. You tend to use your father's surname, so it's the first one, but the second surname is there as well in more formal things. And they enter with both their surnames. And it can get a little bit confusing because sometimes their surnames are quite similar to first names, especially when you're obviously reading the second name as I am. So, an example, that's a good example, which is Raul Jorge Prata. Obviously, I'm pretty certain he's Raul Jorge. He's not Jorge Prata Raul, but he might be. It makes it just a bit more difficult to work out one way or the other. So if I've got it wrong, I apologise, not deliberate. Up with the green machine. In fact, we started. I think I said Clive Connolly. We finished where we started in the last 45 seconds, I think. Let's see. We've got in the pits. They're all just giving up. They're not giving up. They've only got a sort of timed run. That is the 5 of Clive. Very much a test session, these 7 minutes. So that is the end of practice heat 5. I think it's going to be Jorge, plus he is from Portugal. If I say saying Spain, was I? Well, he's still got, that's obviously an exactly good point with Phoenix there. Favoretto has pointed out to me. Go Mugen, Infinity. Infinity like the road lice. What are road lice? Please explain, Jimmy Tonto, what road lice are, because I want to know. Yes, I think I was asking a long conversation about someone's name who was actually Portuguese. So Phoenix has very usefully pointed out once again my inability with international names. Anyway, could be worse. Okay, so next up is heat 6 of the 7 minutes of sort of auto practice free. Let's see what's going on. You're actually going to get off your backside and qualify in a minute practice. And it is Simone Nardi, Sartor Cristiano, Silvio Hiperato, Nacho Lopez Lunch, Matteo Calavo, Corbin Iker Saborit, Antoine Gachette, Gerald Collinet, and Luca Valentin Elezi. Italy, Italy, Germany, Spain, Italy, Spain, France, France, Italy is your international mix. So not quite. This one gets to get released in about, whenever it goes to 20 past. Now then, really. Official race clock's a little bit behind reality. There we go. And out they go for their 7 minutes of practice. So it's the bright yellow machine that takes our, well, bright yellow with the green lower hatchings that takes our attention straight away. Going down to the hairpin for the second time. I think it's the first time. No, they've had a time. That is the first. I think it's the first time. It's not. It's the 8th car, as you can tell, because it's leading the field of Gerard Collinet of France. And I might have missed this. I'll try it on a replay, but I may just have missed it. No, I've got it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Powered round and off the track. First replay of the day. A worthy replay, though I say so myself. Doesn't matter. Doesn't count for anything. Let's just go somewhere else, Jude. I don't really mind where. Oh, that's a very dark car, isn't it? Look dark in the colours. Why does it look dark? It's the red colour, that's why it's 4. It's deep red. It's looking much, much darker on the screen than it looks in real life. That's Nacho Lopez Lunch from Spain. So blood red the car is in reality, but when it runs against the black of the rubbered-in tarmac, almost disappears from sight. First 17 second I've seen actually of the entirety so far, and that was a 17.6. Cars now very much in order, so they are getting a lot quicker every heat than it was previously, where there was a kind of randomness at the bottom of the order. So through and past time is scoring for Nacho. That's the pit's kink. Sweeps round on the inner loop, and then he goes past the scoreboard, down the straight, pull, sweep to your left, brake very hard, just tickled the apex. Well, they're quite early apexes, these cars. I think it's because of the way they work. If you hit the apex early, then you can sort of float them round. Really not a typical racing line. So the white car now takes our interest with the stripes down the side. That's the 5, I think, of Mattia Colavo. Yeah, he basically point the thing into the corner and then try and drift the rear end out, so the rear end effectively fires out. These cars do not have differentials. It's a solid rear axle, and it's got one-way bearings on the front. They are four-wheel drive though, but when they're decelerating, they're not on power. They're effectively two-wheel drive because there's no engine braking on the front or anything as there would be. The rear end is nailed into it. It turns around as often as the engine will do. With a clutch, of course, which will disengage the centrifugal clutch to prevent the car stalling. It goes really, really slowly. And of course, the clutch spooling up, and one of the reasons these things are not as fast from 0 to 10 miles an hour as an electric car is. It has 100% of its torque as soon as you push the stick or squeeze the trigger. These things have to spool up to it like any IC engine. Top end power, around 3 horsepower, but even 3.5, some of them. Which is quite a lot in a car that weighs 2.3 kilograms. So just put it in perspective, given the fact that my car, well, given that an average family car probably weighs about 1,500 kilos, that would be like having 2,000 horsepower. We have got my maths correct on that one. I think I have. Yeah, I have got it right. I've not made myself look silly by going a factor of 10 either way, so that's good. The white car is, 5 again. It's Colavo. I don't know whether you can hear the noise that builds up on the left-hand side of my hearing when the next heat's revving up as well. It just gets a little bit crazier, really. It's like, how noisy can we make the world? And the answer is very noisy. So last 30 seconds is 7-minute practice. Anthony Tott's gone back to work. That's a very bad idea. Carry on watching the cars going round. Last lap for Gerard Cornet, and Matthew Calava. I hope you can hear that feedback because it's just running through my brain. There we go. That's the 5. And that is it for this one. So we're now down to heats 7, 8, and 9. So the top 3 free practice-y things for this. I would do a competition what's the most common engine brand, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different engine brands represented, which is quite amazing. 13 different engine brands. The most popular, I'll spoil it by telling you, is Max Power with 19%, then OS with 18%, a Lazy Tuned with 16%, GMAR and 1 with 10%, VS Roadie with 9%, and then it's Hazzy Tune with 6, Revo with 5, FX with 2, Nova with 2, they're a new company, Pico with 1, Reds with 1, and DB NDS with 1. There's a lot of them, aren't there? A lot of engines. Road lights are road lights are cars are everywhere. Everyone has one, like say a Ford Mustang. Yeah, I think that was the Infiniti certainly prior to COVID was very much the car everyone had, but that kind of dominated in the IC track, both of them. That's kind of dropped off away quite a lot. Who is the current 2019 champion? That is a brilliant question, Ebba Pickering. Hello from Japan. And I should really know that, shouldn't I? I don't. I'll look it up. I was actually at the event. I want to say Dario, but it might have been Simon in the end. And yeah, it is spec tyres. It's spec foam tyres. Where we go. And you can see the entry for this one has a few of the names you recognise. You've got Enzo Battistini, Marian Ripoll, Ruben Olivares Munez, Eduardo Fernandez, Victor Perez, Luke Gabetti, Andrea Catazami, Vincenti Elos Ramos, Jose Piqueto, and Michael Salvin are the runners, the riders for Heat 7. So a couple of the juniors this one, Luca Betti and Maxime Ripoll. Spoke to Maxime in the break for a item to be on later. We're looking at car number 9 of Jose Piqueto of Portugal. And now I think we switch to the blue car. That is the... Oh, silly, I tried to read the number from my computer screen, which is not going to work. I need to look at it actually in real life for the blue car. But he's going in the pits. We may never know who he was. He actually was the... you're there. Well, put him there. Okay, it's the 8 car of Ramos Ellis. And so we've now decided we're going to have a bit of a look at the orange machine, the 5 car. And that belongs to Victor Pelez. Let's have a look at 2019's Hall of Fame. Who won the European Championship 1/8? Can't find it now. It was Dario Balestri won. Dario Balestri, I thought it was. So Balestri is our reigning European. I don't know why I second guessed myself. I was pretty sure it's Balestri. And indeed it was. He is our reigning champion. Orange car, sweeping round there on the 5. Lots of revving going on, as you can hear. Just drop back one, Q. I think it's another orange car, actually. Oh, no, he actually sped through your camera then. It's all right. Doesn't matter which one it is. Orange car B. That is the 7 car of Andrea Catazzani. We saw him earlier. Lap time 17.674. Everyone's in the 17s here. The lowest being the 17.368 by the man we're looking at now. Catanzani. Who's next? Blue is the colour. IC Racing is the game. We're number 8. And Vicente Ramos is my name. For all you fans of FA Cup songs from the 70s. It's probably just me. So Ramos' best time, 17.946, so he's half a second really off pace. One of those stable of things. I think it's really issue trying to balance the rear and the front. Every racing car, they either try and balance the rear and the front. But this seems particularly not balanced. In the green car now. Oh, missed that number. That was unfortunate. It just went through my eyes if I could see it. It's the 1 actually. I think that's Enzo Battistini, but I will tell you in a second when he comes past us again. No, it's not the 1. It's the 3, I think, of Ruben. That's a hard one to see favour. I think that's Ruben Olivares. I'm actually now leaning forward so I can see it better when it comes around next time. It is the 3. That is the 3 of Olivares. Comes past the pits kink through the hairpin. Accelerates hard up the main straight. Not sure how much is going to ease off and how much to brake at the end. But not totally sure what the engine braking should be reasonably okay because that's not going to help his next lap. And he stopped. I think there's a tank running out, who knows. We've got time to spend with the orange and white. I think it's blue and white, so it's full-on Gulf colours sort of. Actually, it's not, it's grey and white, isn't it? There's 0, that's Michael Salvin's car. It's orange at the bottom, you've got this kind of light grey, which in certain angles looks like it might be a Gulf colour, but it's sort of, yeah, he's very light blue on the Gulf colour. And the thing is, the paint's so thin, and at some points it's kind of reflecting through the track, and it ends up greyer than it should be. But it's a sort of approximation of golf colours there by Michael. That's him finished, I think. So the results, as you can see, most people are not bothering to do the entirety of the 7 minutes. It's just a kind of practicey thing. And we're now up to 8, so we're in the penultimate of the time practices. And we've seen a lot more well-known people here. Kevin, yes, 2019 was the French EC, most OS-based engine has given. And the world's were in Fontana. Jimmy Tonto, guys at my home club used to enjoy painting their cars black, not the smartest move. It's not. I once painted I used to do carpet racing and painted what I thought was light blue, but ended up being kind of battleship grey. It was exactly the same colour as the carpet. It was a terrible idea. Well, thank you, Steve. It was. I have looked up the Hall of Fame, and it is Dario Ballestri from France 3 years ago. Robin de Haan won in the previous year, but I can't remember where. Tom Martins, he won 8. I think he won 18. It was a year when Robin won, and Giovanni Verbrugge won as well, and had 2 Belgian European champions, but I can't remember what year it was. It may well have been 18. It might have been a bit earlier, actually. It might have been 16. It's all... Oh, we've peaked too soon. Peaked too soon. Track is closed. So here's your runners and riders. Jonathan Gandin, Mathieu Arnaud, Sergei Frank, Filippo Dominic. So Dominic is going bad for the youngster. John Ermin, Thomas Atard, Carlos Fernandez, Carmelo Timolino, and Marco Weidling in this penultimate heat. Now they're allowed out. No, not from France, it's in France, Felix. Obviously Dario's Italian, but he won it in France. Even I know that. The event was in France. Gruber's won 10th. Gruber's won 1/10 in Germany in 19, and he won the Euros, this is, and then of course he won just a couple of weeks ago in Italy. Here we go, big bright colourful machine here. It's number 3, and that is Sergei Frank Cadena. Sexy cold Medina. A little bit more pace than most of these cars, but not all of them are turning 17s early on. This is obviously they're getting to warm up to get used to it. Normally, of course, they go out for a couple of minute walk, come back and do the 4-minute run. Here they're just given 7 minutes to do with as they wish. This is the 7 car now, and that's Alvaro Fernandez. A couple of Spaniards here in this penultimate heat. 3 Italians, 2 Frenchmen, a German and a Dutchman. Yep. Still getting last minute adjustments to the tune. These engines obviously all manually tuned, 3 needles, high, low and idle. And they're quite peaky, so the tune will depend on everything, between temperature, humidity, altitude as well. But we are at sea level here in Valencia, Amafusa, just over Valencia, now Tet. Let's find someone else, Jude. And we're going for the orange machine here. That is car and white. That's car number 2, and that is Matthew Arnaud. Just going over timing and scoring now. And the good circus bit of that car joining from the pits there on the right hand side. But carrying on going. Coming out the corner. And now pulling down the straight. Lost a bit of time there, went a bit wide. Still scored fast because they're doing different amount of laps, but this is not really how it's ever going to be. They're never doing a 7-minute run well, they're never doing a 7-minute run. They're doing 4-minute runs in qualifying, and then they do 20-minute finals, and obviously a 45-minute A main. Down to 2.5 minutes. It's light blue car, that's the 0 car, which means the 10. And that is Marco Viding. I'm massacring the second syllable of his name there. Yeah, Tobias Johnson has probably gone away in Sweden in 2016. Yeah, I had to see it 16. That was the year that Brugger won. I knew it was a double Belgian victory. His problem is having lost 2 years, which effectively did. Everything that was actually seems like really recent is all 2 years further away. Yeah, that's one, Felix, yep. And he's off to work. Have a good one. It's part of your holidays. And have fun, Felix. Down to the last minute and a half. Let's have a bit of a shifty around, Jude. Find me someone else to tickle with the camera. There we go. And we're going light yellow. Light yellow? Just yellow, really. Up the inside there, letting that car run. I think this is a 6. I won't put money on it, but I think it's a 6 of Thomas Ayad. It is. Thomas Itard. Running down the straight. He's got 59 seconds. Oh, very wide. And lost it. So this lap, let's see what he does actually. That spin cost him only about 1.6, 1.7 seconds. You don't want to do it, but it's not the end of the world. Just overcooking the level of grip he might have. So he's got a couple of laps to go. Put in a bit of a better run. I'm sure that some of these guys do consumption tests for this one, see how much fuel they're burning. Chance to actually go at full whack at the correct time of day. I'm in a situation where I can run a little bit more than anyone else can. So they got caught right at the end. Okay, so penultimate heat, and nothing really learnt because they're all doing different things. Best lap, though, was Thomas Eitel with 17.166. Oh, no, sorry, it was a young man. It was Filippo Demani with a 17.08. Now, before lunch, we saw quite a few 16s in this final group. Whether we will see them again now, I don't know. So this is your top 10. This is your top 10 qualifying order, basically. So you've got Dario Balestri, Tony Gruber in 2. So Italy, Germany. Right, Peach from Germany in 3. Dominic Bryan from Germany in 4. So that's a pretty strong German contingent. Simon Kurzberg from Switzerland. Mirko Salimi from Italy. Alex Thurston from the UK in 7th. Man, the legend Lamberto Collari in 8, Francesco Tironi in 9, and Silvio Hackler in 10. So 2 Swiss, 4 Italians, 3 Germans, and a Brit in the top 10. Pre-qualifiers. Just for fun. Doesn't count for much, but you know, it counts for where they are now. So, need to get in and do some qualifying any second now. Right. Oh, have some water. So I know we looked at Collari last time round. Don't think you saw much of Robert Peach either. We'll see if we can get through as many of these guys as possible, just to give you a good look at them all during the final time. It doesn't count for anything. Okay, here we go. And we are out and about with the bright, this is the pink car. One of this Alex's cars. This is Thurston, the UK, not the one pink car. Let's see who this one is. Comes underneath us now. Nope, I think there's more than one pink car out there, but I'll find out in a second. That is the 4, and indeed it is Dominic Greiner, of course, another driver in the pink. This is your reigning 1/10th IC European champion. Won it a whole fortnight ago in Gubbio. So he's got the car on the ice at the moment because obviously it's just getting a little bit keyed into the track. Oh. They've gone for the other pink car, which must be first, and there can't be 3 pink cars. Indeed they are. It's number 7 there. That's Alex. Didn't have a particularly lucky 10th event. Was on course for an A final appearance at least, A main final, but had some technical issues in the semi. Now, probably, I don't know why, I just feel like they might pop in on this one, I don't know. Yeah, they're all coming off about a minute or so just to get a bit of a tune-up. Comes in, one of those Capricorn drivers, which of course we now know Capricorn have the most chassis here this weekend. And down he goes. Whole phalanx of cars leaving the pits. And down he comes straight. Last of that chain of 4 machines. Oh, yeah. That 4 chain machines. Time round was a 17.4. Okay, let's have a move in our car, Jude. And we're going to pick up the yellow machine. Underneath me goes to my area where I can actually see what the number is, and the number is 6, and that is Mirko Salimi of Italy. Mirko overtime in scoring. That was a 17.5. Just drop back one, let's see what we get. One of the many whitey or grey cars. It's actually a white one rather than a grey one. And looking at the form as we are underneath us. And that is the 8 of... Can't see that. Oh, that's Lamberto Collari. So that's the multiple world champion Lamberto Collari. Can't see any 16-second laps, so we have lost a bit of speed here with the raise of temperature. More tuning. It's hotter, it's warmer. Is the car working? Don't know. Second one of these white cars is Collari. Let's try something else, Jude. And this is the, I think it's the Kurzbert, no, it's the 5 of Simon, yeah, it's Kurzbert's cars, right, Simon Kurzbert in the 5. One of the 2 pre-race favourites with Dario Balestra. Just because that's who's the favourite. Kurzbert was 17.3, still haven't seen a 16. And they were doing for fun before lunch, so pretty much sure that it's just the tracks warmed up and lost 2 or 3 tenths, which explains why everyone was so slow, it seemed so slow early on. Kurzbert was 17.299. Orange and white. What a fright. Oh! Powering down the back straight, the orange one. Can't remember the error there at the pit kink. And there's the 2, and that is Tony Gruber. So he wouldn't want to do that, so he'll forget about this one, because it's not how he wants to qualify at all. But it doesn't count for anything, this one. It's just a bit of fun. So Gruber, back in the groove again. I was about to say groove again. Back in the groove. Down to 40 seconds ago. Just try and find one more car for me. Oh, that one there. Is that their problem? No, they're all pulling the pit. They're all ruining our chance of trying to get somebody else. Oh, well, then what can you do? You can't do what let you do. There's the yellow car. That is the car, that's the 10 car of Silvio Hackler.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Got one more lap. Oh no. So, a bit of attrition in that one. If people had some problems, we'll stop early. But that is the end of qualifying, pre-practice qualifying. We come back with the real thing. And the real thing, baby. So qualifying itself actually finally starts in 10 minutes time. So 10 past, so 11 minutes time to actually starts qualifying with Group 1. So there it starts counting for something. Are these running Nitro? Yep, it's, as Stefan answers, 16%. Hi guys, we're hearing the commentary twice with a huge delay. Is that just you, Stefan, or everybody? Is anybody else hearing the commentary twice with a huge delay? I think Stefan might have two windows open. That's the normal reason hearing it twice with a huge delay. Not saying it's not happening, but just anybody else hearing it with a delay twice apart from Stefan? Be good to know. Because obviously we can't always hear as you're hearing. My guess is you may have like a Facebook window open at the same time. Because Facebook and YouTube run on different delays. So I have to wait 40 seconds now for people to answer my question. Are you hearing a massive delay? Before I can find out if anyone's hearing a massive delay. And if they are, then we have to go and try and sort it out. I kind of feel that if more people didn't hear it, we would have heard before that it's massively delayed. But we haven't got there yet. It's like waiting for a kettle to boil to get an answer, isn't it? Well, you can't bother to talk to me. I don't know what to do. I'm just going to cry. Hello, BJ Williams. How are you doing? He's tuning in from the US. It's 9 a.m. where you are. That really is dedication, to put it mildly. Right. So we are about to get underway with qualifying. For sure, a couple of minutes. We have to do a little bit of a technical readjustment, so we're going to be slightly quiet for a couple of moments. I'm back from our sort of very brief break to try and change something around, and it's great, so it's all done. So we're a couple of minutes now from the start of qualifying. PJ Williams, the 8th track worlds are this year, they're next year, they're not on the list. We've got 4 world championships coming up at the end of the season. 1/8 off-road in Redovan in Spain, which is covered by us at RC Racing. 1/10 electric touring car in Gubbio, which is covered by us. 1/5 large scale in Steel City. I think it's Fontana, but don't quote me on this. It's Steel City Raceway. I think that's Fontana, but it's not. Please don't. It's in America anyway. And I'm not sure it's covering that. And the same for the 1/10 IC World, which is over in Bangkok. But I'm not sure. I'm sure it's covered. I don't know who's doing it. Landos 5000. There's GPS on board cars monitor speed. Would be very cool. Certainly would. FPV, yeah, you can't really do FPV because they don't want to put the weight in the cars. Also, you ever saw they've got no really windows to look out of it because it's very, unlike some of the other forms of RC racing, which insists on quite accurate body shells. These are absolutely just aero things slapped over. They at no point they resemble anything that's ever existed. And they have canopies which raise about 4 millimeters from the a curve. It's all designed for aero. About 70 the back straight. I think probably, yeah, I would be surprised they're not doing 70, but we haven't really got this. I've only seen about 66 on the gun, but I'm not sure if that gun's accurate, to be honest. 8th nitro on road cars are basically land missiles. I think it's fair enough. And 1/18th brushes can hit 90 on long. So yeah, I mean, straight line speed is not an issue really. It's obviously then turning around the corner. We've piled into that corner at 100 miles an hour, or even 80 miles an hour, then having to turn sharp left. That's really where the skill comes into it, and also the technology. There's obviously a lot of skill in going, a lot more skill than we were thinking, going fast in a straight line as well. But it is a little bit more of a limited requirement. No delay here, says Jimmy Tonto. I'm glad about that. Well, massive delay here, are they? Right, so qualifying about to get underway. It's only taken 3.5 days to get to this point. So well done. So thank you all for joining us here on RC Racing TV in association with Control and our friends at Red RC and Control as well. We're finally looking forward. This, as you can see, there's 8 drivers in this first heat. Should I thought it was 9. Oh, no. I really don't want to look at my brain on that one. So we have got Steph Van Puik, Augustine Louis Romain. They haven't started their race yet. They're just doing a warm-up. Montserrat Javier Corbalan Montserrat, Miguel Pucha-Belda, Juan Luis Mayorga Lozano, Stephen O'Connor, Alfonso Esparza Urate, and Jorge Peruga Esteban. So it's Spain, Ireland, from the top it's Monaco, Spain, Ireland, Spain. 2 Monegasques in this one, in this event, sorry. One thing I have noticed that is different from when we were previously here in our tech is they have done quite a bit of track maintenance. You can see they've patched quite a few parts of the track. Some bits of it have been worn out through just wear and tear. I think some probably adverse effects of the weather over the past 7 or 8 years. So plenty of time before they get going on the actual. It's really quite intense because you faff about, but at the end of the day, you've got a very, very short 4-minute qualification period. The reason it's at 4 minutes is, and I've tried various different ones, is because everyone can do 4 minutes on a tank full. And the idea is you just go as fast as you can on a tank full of fuel, which will last 4 minutes. It might last 4.5, might even last nearly 5, but it doesn't matter. In fact, it's very hard for them to do 5. And therefore you will put in a pit stop, and then people will then try to stretch energy to get 5 to avoid the pit stop, and it'll get very expensive and technical. And running 7 minutes, they did for a while, they ran 7 minutes with a pit stop. It was just deemed too long and kind of just extenuated the days too much, apparently. So settle on 4 now. Obviously, it does put a kind of interesting situation to suddenly, when you get into the finals, you've not done any sort of practice on getting past 5 minutes. So there's always question marks because they don't ever get to try the. I mean, it's the same with all the nitro. You never get to try the cars in any sort of format they'll be in. So it all relies on experience. Don't forget the foam tyres are wearing down all the time they're being used. So they get out in the finals and they're driving cars very different to what they've been before because there are large tyres and they are wearing down. But let's not talk about the finals because now we have to get to the qualifying. So 13 seconds we get going, and I don't know, we'll just let the first car out. Here we go. Very exciting. So this is the start of official qualifying for the 2022 1/8 IC Track Championships here in Altet Almafuses. And the first car away is car 1 of Stef van Puik. And of course, it is counting as soon as you start. So you've got none of that kind of freebies, none of the, oh, I don't mind, I can have a bit of a wander around. Suddenly from really not having to worry about anything apart from getting 3 laps together, now every lap counts through the kink. And the first lap was an 18.9. It's the slowest heat, so it's all about practicing. Some shouting going on, there's been some issues. And already the referee's involved. The referee's got involved in about, 36 seconds of the event starting off, which is pretty good. And so certainly more wandery, these cars. They're still going very, very quick, but that couple of seconds slower they are than the ultimate pace. So obvious when you look at them on the track now. The extra margin for errors being left. As we have a look at this green car. And that is, again, not quite so straight down the straight. Coming into corners. The 6th car of Stephen O'Connor from Ireland. That's a bit better. The challenge of all us club races when we get to this level is trying to hit every single mark on every single lap, and it's just not easy. You do one lap every now and again. But everyone a little bit slow here, 18-second laps. So Connor is lapping around the high 18s and running 5th. We'll just let him go and get somebody else, Jude. Now it's the yellow and the orange. running down to turn 1 on the 7. That's Alfonso Esparza. Going wide, letting someone get past him. It's Sporting. Also annoying for him. And we picked up with the person overtaking, which is the number 2 of Lujan Augustin Rodriguez. Rodriguez now through the inner loop and then power back around the scoreboard onto the main straight. Bit too much to the left there. And coming down 30 seconds to go. And in fairness to him, he is leading this heat at the moment. Predicted 13 in 4:06.9. So we are now looking at predicted times and overall times. And this is the first predicted time I've had, 13:4:06. Crosses it. And he's still at 14:06, 18:8 that last time. Oh. Not long to go. It's away. And there you go. And there's your answer. It was Augustin Rodriguez who got that with 13:4:07. Stephen O'Connor came up to second in the end. At the bottom, Jorge Peruga and Javier Corablan either didn't start or didn't make the trip, but that is your first qualifying heat for the 2022 IC Track Euros. Do they races in England? Yep, they do. There's a whole 1/8 series championship. It runs all around 6-7 events all around the UK. If you've got Facebook, there is a BRCA 1/8 group. You can look at Landers 5000. Parker Escap is a long way from Ted and Dave and his daughter Debbie Preston. Yeah, they're Preston the Greeners, Keith Blested. Absolutely a long way away from that. But then I think all of RC has moved on from those pioneering spirits of the 1970s and 80s. Converted aircraft engines, flat chassis. Will we cover some in the UK? Only if they pay us, to be honest. I think there is some coverage actually. There's been some coverage by a friend of mine, Andy, who's been doing Daily Dose of RC, and I think he did one of the events. Is this a dying sport? Do you mean 1/8 or do you mean RC? Because the answer to both is no. I think 1/8, this particular class has never, I don't need to talk about UK, this one of the class has never been particularly strong in the UK, but it's always been very, very strong in Germany, Italy and Spain as well, as you can see, and France. I think Jimmy Tonto is right. It's a very niche hobby. That's a different thing entirely. But it's the numbers. It's bounced back from COVID pretty much where it was. I don't think it lost a lot. I mean, the numbers for the Euros have been slightly down, but that's not to be surprised because when the Euros were announced, no one knew what the country was going to, what the world was going to be like. But we've seen numbers a little bit down, not stupidly down, like down by like 10 or 15 people from where you might want them to be. So it's just put a few people off because they couldn't remake plans. But no, I don't think it's dying. I don't think it's, I'm not going to turn around and go, it's on a massive growth spurt. I think it's kind of kept its own. And one of the things we're trying to do as part of EFRA is to grow the sport. Have it available to people to see, to talk about how we can attract youth into it, because it's the youth who are our future. As Whitney Houston said, I believe the children are the future. Well, they are. in everything, including RC. So minute and 46 seconds to go. It's Miguel Vallejo in 1, Carlos Mazmaz in 2, both from Spain. Adil Chamchum from Switzerland in 3, Jose Brecher in 4 for Spain. Then it's Richard Furtner from Austria in 5, Manuel Picon, the rest are all Spanish. Manuel Picon, Francisco Mundi, Alberto Moncayo, and Tony Forney. So the 4 are all Spanish. So, yeah, I think I'm personally have been surprised at how well attended these Euros have been. As Crunchy says, it's not cheap on 8,000 Road, and it's not. And in fairness, I think one of the things I think that is one of the reasons why 1/8 Road is more popular in warmer places is you need to have an outdoor tarmac track that is dry to run it properly. And obviously in Spain, a number of weeks you have a usable outdoor tarmac track that is dry, or in Italy, or even in southern Germany, is a lot more than if you're trying to run at the Halifax Club or in Brooklands in the UK, where apart from the last few weeks where it's been unbelievably dry and great weather, I mean, I've got the hosepipe ban, it's getting to the point now where it's kind of, you just aren't used so much. You look at all the sports that are popular, off-road, the 1/8 off-road, you can run when it's gunky if you like, but more important, most of them do 1/10 off-road, which you can do indoors. And the same with the electric touring cars, you can do it indoors or out. We're not quite as bad as Scandinavia, who hide from the snow for 4 months, but we do hide from the rain in the winter. Okay, here we go. Heat 2. Off we go, and it's car 1 in the way, which is Miguel Vallejo. Remember, there are no gimmies in this. You have to start. Well, actually, no, this first lap's a gimme because your time doesn't start until you cross timing scoring here. So at this point, he's now counting. So everything he does now has a bearing on his overall qualifying. Well, it is now for the next 4 minutes. So doesn't follow him around for the rest of his life going, oh, that's the qualifying route for event several years ago. Quite a long spread. It's not usual the guy in first is catching someone up, so I'm only assuming whoever's at the back there, it's actually the 9 car, must have had a problem. So he should go in 1 second chunks, so it should be like 9 seconds they've all gone, but it may well be that Tony Forme in front of him decided to give himself some space. So 18s again is what we're seeing. White cars up the straight, second one we're looking at. Drop back 1, let's see what we get. And my guess is it should be number 2, but you never can tell. They do shuffle it. It's not another white car, is it? Oh, it's got a red at the bottom. They'll let him off. That is the 2 of Adil Chamchum. Down the main straight he goes. And he's in second overall. They're going off in 1-3-7-2. He's managed to space himself out quite nicely, actually, which is quite intelligent. I'm not quite sure at the front whether Tony will stay ahead of Miguel Vallejo. Very wide there, you can see he's in a frame. If you're not staying in the frame of our hairpin camera, then you are not where you're supposed to be. So back 1 more, please, Jude, which should be number 3, and it is. Who's actually our leader now on time. Literally a second now, Adil Chamchum. So he comes over time in scoring again. And just about halfway through, really, because they start a bit later. Sticks to the frame, so we can call it a good corner. Ooh, bit wandery down the straight. Doesn't cost me anything really, as long as you don't make a mistake at any point. And now it accelerates hard into the next corner. Oh, just lost that one. That's an unfortunate cost of a bit of time there. About half a second that little error cost. So he's looked at 2, looked at 3. Let's drop back one more, see how we go. Oh, no, let's do that instead. Let's mark the last 5 and see what happened there. Just drove off the track. So everything's going fine here. And then he just didn't turn left. Probably undecided by that orange car who's rejoined. I'm not sure. Weird accident. But we're with the green machine now. Just saw a car tumbling off to camera left there. And it's being rescued, as you can see, by the marshal running across the ground. This is the 7 car, currently running in 4th, Francesco Mundichias. So, oh, that's not the track. That's costing some time. They came in too tight into the pits kink. Smaller than a kink, but I think we get the idea. Well, he finished now. Oh, he has finished. Not with a very good last lap. 19.6. So 13.4 flat was the fastest there. 4.1 actually. I said 4 flat, but I just looked at it and that was the forecast, not the absolute time. So the absolute time was a 13. Bad last lap actually for Thomas Fawn. 13.401 and 13.402 for Carlos Mas and Francesco Mundichias got a 13.404. As they now change to the next heat. Yeah, 1/10 IC on. 1/10 IC on road is by far the least raced class of the current EFRA World Championship class, and that does change. The classes which account for World Championship has constantly evolved. You know, we've added a couple over the course of the time, like 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive, large scale and things like that. 10th IC off-road, on-road, sorry, is a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit wobbly. So, of course, the classes that have been going the longest is this one, 1/8 IC on road. It's the longest by a country mile of the championship. And there used to be 3 or 4 different flavors of this, be it a touring car body or a Formula body or anything else. After that, it is, of course, 1/12 electric has been going for a very long time. Then there's kind of a plethora of other events. Then it's, I don't quite know whether 1/10 electric, I think actually 1/8 off-road, and then 1/10 off-road, I think, were the next 2 from memory. And after one, it was quite a long time before you had obviously like Pro 10, I think. And a long time, then we had 200mm versions of 1/8. And so I think then the large scale joined as the European Championship in the mid-90s. And then, of course, the touring cars joined, and then the last of them is, of course, this one is 1/10 IC on track. And we've recently picked up so large scale off-road after that. I think 1/8 GT is being set as a championship as well. Well, it ebbs and flows. It ebbs and flows over time. Classes get more popular and less popular. When we started broadcasting in 2006, it was kind of a toss-up with what was the most popular class. Was it 10th electric touring car, or was it 1/8 off-road? And then it comprehensively became 1/8 off-road as 10th touring car has now dropped down about 4th or 5th popular. But even 8th off-road's got challenged. It challenged itself actually from 8th e-buggy. I've forgotten what 8th e-buggy became a European championship about 8 years ago. So constantly moves and changes the classes, but I think on the whole, it's much easier to run electric classes for several reasons, one of which they're a bit easier to run. The other reason, of course, is there are always noise considerations when you run an engine. And electric cars, you can run them in tracks and off-road on-road tracks near houses and everything else. You know, you run these things. This has been run in an industrial park. There's no people who live anywhere near here, which is why you can run these things, you know, up until they can run. They've got floodlights. They can run them all night if they want. There's an industrial estate on one side and recreation area on the other. No one lives here. So Jimmy Toronto is saying here in Australia, one late on road, make a bit of research. I can believe you've got the weather for it in Australia. You've got the chart. You know, if you can build a track, why wouldn't you do it? You know, it's a fantastic class. It's, you know, it's a little bit pricey, but aren't they all? But it's a fantastic class. You just literally, you know, they call it the Formula One of RC. It's, you know, it's just great. They're just technically really interesting. They're, you know, they're fast. They're a little bit tricky, so there's a real skill to it. But it's not the easiest class to run, if we're really honest about it. All right, where are we with who's in this one? And the answer is it's Marcus Sieber in 1, Carlos Sanchez Lopez in 2, 1 Delgado Gozan in 3, so Austria, Spain. Another Spaniard in Eugenio Rodriguez in 4. Another of our Irish drivers, Elliot Austin in Austin Elliott from Ireland in 5, Carlos Macias in 6. Alberto Vidal Fernandez, there's 2 Fernandezes in 7. Jorge Riva in 8. Alicio Serra Bottas in 9. And we get ready to have them underway. So they're going to get released in a minute. Okay, so we're going to start with Marcus Sieber, car 1. There he is. Oh, is he in blue? Is he white? Is he blue? Marvellous. Do love a non-white car. So, this is the freebie. See what you like on this lap. It doesn't matter. And then you have to really knuckle down and start thinking about, you know, what am I doing in my life at this point? And the point being, he's crossed the line. Not a particular line. So, round he goes. And now under the scoreboard. Up the straight. Oh. Ah. How'd that happen? So that's an interesting thing that's happened. There's a little camera problem never sorted out. Anyway. So, Sieber, 4 laps in, not going particularly well. Let's drop back 1, Ju. Let's see what we've got. Oh, there's 3 cars, all orange and pink. That's excellent news. Here they go. 1, 2, 3. And they are the 3 and the 2 and the 4. So it's Delgado, and then it's followed by Lopez. And then behind him is Rodriguez. So round through the pits kink. So bright pink. That is the 3, and it's the fastest man on the track. It's Juan Miguel Delgado. Oh, lots of action down there. These cars scrap it out. So last half minute, it is Delgado from Rodriguez from Seba. We've drifted slightly back onto the black and white machine. That's the 9 car of Alicio Bottas. He'll be finishing his run any second now. And they're finished. Juan Delgado did everything else. So, that was 3. So, what's the fastest track the IC on Road Use? It's a really good question, actually. They don't all have speedos. I'm trying to think, actually. It's a good question. I'll have to go and have a good old think about that. We've seen a couple of very fast speed guns for electric cars. I think actually the Villarreal is a very quick track because they come off a long wide sweep up that main straight. So I think Villarreal is probably one of the quickest circuits. And of course it's big enough for fifth, so these cars are absolutely not swamped in it at all. So I go for Villarreal Crunch today. It's probably the fastest I've seen. Here's your runners and riders for this one. And you can see it's dominated by our local drivers. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Spaniards in this one. Sorry. And it's 1 Farias in 1, Manuel Sedan in 2, then the Italian, Fabrizio Della Pozzo in 3, Carlos Sanchez in 4, Gianluca Del Ciglio in 5, Nuno Alvaro Alcaraz in 6, Jose Luis Sanchez in 7, Didier Parisi in 8, and Francesco Cardona Vidal in 9. Okay, so we're now about a minute and a half from the start of this one. Yeah. It's fine from that. Right, okay, let's get ready to get rumbling with heat 4 of 9. Half a minute to go. So they will obviously pull back into the pit lane there on the left-hand side. And they get called in. There we are. So he's trolling in now. That means that Jude has to stand up. Oh, a nice breeze. Oh, that's lovely. Like a bit of breeze just came through there. Okay, so we'll obviously take the first car this time, which is Juan Pedro Ferreira Gomez. There they all are, getting the last bit of fuel. They'll last 4 minutes easily here, so it's about, actually need to last about 4 minutes 20, don't you? Because 4 minutes and this lap. So you actually need 4 minutes and 12, 15 seconds of fuel, because obviously you don't go full out on this one. So, Juan Pedro, here we go. Bang, and he's off and running, up and through the pit kink, running down to this, the first hairpin. Now we have to change this camera because it got lumped by a car last time around, so let's see how this one works. A bit lower, a bit flatter, there we go. Yeah, a bit better, I think. I quite like that shot now. As long as you improve just by good luck. So again, the 10th car has been released really quite tardily. I think it's the 8th car, actually. In making space, they end up almost being lapped immediately. So, not so good. So, drop back one, Jude. Let's see how the rest of the field's going. And it's just, I'm going to assume it's car 2. It might not be, obviously, because it could be they've out-ordered themselves, but it is the 2 of Carlos Sanchez. He rips down the straight. Yeah, not perfect on that corner. Very wide out. He's going very wide out to take that next thing. He's very wide in all his corners, isn't he? He's not sure he's suffering from terminal understeer or what, but he's certainly very wide the whole time. So he's in traffic, and this is the problem. They stretched out a bit much. Oh! Almost together there. So let him go at this here, and let's at the next one. Next victim. Is the it is a 3 car. They are running in order. So that's the 3 of Fabrizio Della Pola. Now behind him is the 5. I don't know whether he's a lap ahead of him or not, because the 5 was running quite a long. Well, Eldrick helped to cut to the right camera. Was running quite a long way back at one point. Had that weird thing where you kind of stall in the corner. Oh, that's an accident that someone's had. Should make for an excellent run down the straight here. That 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars on our new camera angle. Yeah, they are getting each other's way now, aren't they? Oh dear! Oh, he's given up. What a problem. Yeah, he's got bodywork damage. That's why. So body tuck there. Bad luck for him. And we have the multicoloured car on camera. Here he goes. So I'll pick up who that is. I think he did have a number 9 at one point. I'm not sure he's 9 now. He is 9. Yep. So that is the 9 car, leading second coach car. Sorry, Francesco Vito Cardona on for a 14 lapper. There's a couple of 14 lappers here with the first one we've seen. So actually, that's your leader. Even though it looks a little bit ponderous around that corner then. Straight for the last time. A wobble as he turns in. Right on the limits for Dijon. Oh no! Dear, oh dear. That lost him a second on his penultimate lap. Well, the results came in a bit soon there. But those aren't results. So it's Francesco Vito Cardona, Jose Luis Sanchez Fuentes, Manuel Couto Gendan, Carlos Laberna. So we've got 3 14s that time. 14, 15, 14, 16, 14, 17. So already lining up, you hear the noise in the background, that is Heat 5 revving its little backsides off. Crunchy Day, also nicely Romo, fast is slow and fast is slow. Right, I kind of think you may have typed that wrongly, Crunchy, but I don't want to, at any point accuse you of that. But that does seem a little bit of an odd thing to say. Is it fast is slow and slow is fast, or fast in, slow out? I don't know. Lord Woody RC isn't a dying sport. I couldn't agree, it's not a dying sport. It's a constantly evolving sport, and that's the issue. You know, you look over in the States, they've had a massive embracing of RC drag racing. I don't think I'll catch on in the UK because it isn't the same sort of drag culture here. Or in Europe, that. But people are out there enjoying their RC cars, which is great. The Americans do love going fast in a straight line as well, which is quite admirable, to be honest. Okay. Hello to all of you watching us on Facebook. Great, super stuff. EFRA and the RC Racing TV Facebook thing are pretty damn busy. But obviously you can obviously join us on the wonderful world of YouTube, and then you can comment, and I can read it. I can't keep across 14 different comments, so we just read the comments on YouTube. Okay, Heat 5 has Jose Felix from Portugal in 1, Eduardo Dulac from Brazil, but representing Switzerland in 2, Christian Lopez in 3, Jose Blanco Ballester in 4 from Spain, Clive Connolly from Ireland in 5, Jose Gutierrez from Spain in 6, Jorge Martinez from Spain in 7, Vicente Garcia from Spain in 8, and Jorge Plata Raul in 8. 8th? In car 9, he's not even 8th, it's car 9. So I kind of failed basic counting again, but let's not talk about that now. I'm getting a number of spam text messages, but I don't know whether it means anything. I mean, it's spam by Maserati. Maserati is spamming me saying, can you please come and have a look at the new Maserati GT, and this, which is 200 grand. I think they've got my number from a very badly out of point distribution list. Because there's not, whilst I do love a Maserati, I don't think I'm going to be buying any £200,000 sports cars in the near future. Never can tell. There's always a chance you can win the lottery, but you know. They sent me 3 texts today, Maserati. They are desperate for me to go and see their wares. So about a minute to go before we get Ron. So final check on the excitement there. Vamos. Lucimi. All right, so Crunchy say it's smooth is fast. Yes, that is true. Smooth is fast on the whole. The smoother you are, the faster you are. Okay, so let's get rolling for heat number 5. First out of the blocks will be car number 1, obviously, because that's what happens these days. And that's Jose Felix of Portugal. Down he goes in his very pretty orange machine. Oh, well, it's actually red. That is actually red, in fair to Jose. He's actually painted it red. He's had a bit more about it than write it in. See how long? I'm just watching them going around on this here. Let's see how much they space out. I just thought they spaced out way too much. So that's the last car. And this, no, there's another car coming in. So when does Jose come round again? Now. So that's about gap he's got. If he picks up and runs. So they have spaced them out for 9 cars on an 18-second lap. They are a little bit, well, I suppose it's a second and a half. Not too bad. I think that one was quite a good release. Perhaps the previous release has been a little bit too tardy at the back end, or the back guys had an issue. Lots of shuffling about, but Jose is our leader after a lap. But that's because he's done not quite so fast a second lap. So drop back 1, Jude, and that's Edward Delac, or it should be, because he's number 2. But I thought he had a blue car, now he's let me down by going white, if he is in it. And it's gone through, so he's picked up the position. From Brazil, where the nuts come from, as they say. I was really confused. Someone once did an interview at the 2IC, and they got very confused. I mean, obviously, Brazil, where nuts come from, it's a very much a vaudeville musical joke from many time ago in the UK, but it's kind of an in thing. But the poor interviewee was a little bit confused, put it mildly. Delac leads on for 14.412, which is a little quicker than the previous one. No pit stops to spoil that counting. Let's just drop back 1 more now, Jude. There he is. And this is the number 4. Oh, number 3. This is number 4 of Jose Blanco. Orange and blue. Comes around the hairpin. Quite a nice line there. Doesn't go out too wide in the second part of it. Now powers back up the straight. It's very wide. These are very wide. It goes out of frame. I think actually on this, I think going out of frame on our other camera, so this camera here, going out of frame bad Going out of frame on this camera, which is coming up in a second, I think not quite so bad. So if you go really wide here, it might be you've actually got a bit of a line to it, and he just kept in frame that time. Show off. 58 seconds to go. Still to lack on the 14.11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars are predicted for 14. Drop back one, Jude, to the 5 car, the green car. That is third place, Clive Connolly. Legally obliged to paint his car green before he can leave Ireland. So unfortunately he's now hit traffic. Polite traffic, but they've hit traffic. Now, it might be he's gaining a lip by trying to crawl up to the back of the other car, because sometimes following is easier than leading. If he gets there, getting past is going to be a problem. Oh, just gone over as much curb as he could. So Connolly now should get one more lap. Yep. So Connolly now on his last lap. There we go, and over he goes. Oh, good finish. Ends up second behind Delac. It did actually do a 4.11.5. Oh no, it's just dropped back one more now. Martinez came in and finished. He's got more to finish actually, he needs to wait for. I think there's a problem with, on the last lap, for Jorge Plata, who took that with a 13 rather than 14. So it was, the Martinez, Connolly, Ballester. Time is expired, and here's the result. Eduardo Delac from Switzerland, 4.11.5, 4.11.6 for Martinez, 4.12.4 for Connolly, 4.13.2 from Ballester, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars who didn't make a 14. 2 of them didn't make the trip, so 2 of them had problems in the last lap. Best lap, well, there's an awful 17.6s there, aren't there? I couldn't work out which one it was. 17.6, should we say, that was the best lap. Up now to 7. Walking voice. Even Deep Woods Englanders are like, what did he say? Now, I have no idea what I said. Because I say lots of, even Deep Woods Englanders? Deep Woods Englanders. Trying to work out what would it sound like, Deep Woods Englanders. Not coming out with much, to be honest. But it was very polite, whatever it was, and certainly not in any way dodgy. So this heat's track is open, and that's heat 6 of 9. Looking towards the business end of this first actual qualifying round. Simone Nardi in 1 from Italy, Cristiano Sarto from Italy in 2, Silvio Pipolato from Germany in 3, Nacho Lopez Lynch in Spain in 4, Mattia Calavo from Italy in 5, and the Spaniard Iker Sabarit in 6. Then it's France for the next 2, Anton Gachet and Gerard Collinet. And then it's Valentin Luca Elezi in 8. 9, sorry, the junior. And then having a chat with a couple of juniors. We had a chat already with Luca, and had a chat with Maxime Lippol, and we'll try and talk to the other 2 juniors as well, and make a little featurette about families and kids having fun racing. One of the interesting things is there's bits of black stuff flying all around, which is tyre. So they're getting covered in tyre detritus. And they're sitting here going, oh, right, I've got tyre detritus on me everywhere. I like the fact that Jude's wearing Christmas socks. Obviously, we are in the middle of August, but the man wants to celebrate Christmas in a sock-based fashion. Hello, Mark. How you doing, Mark Stiles? As Mark's on his official break now, so he's not actually allowed to be designing any rear brake ducts for Mercedes-Benz. One of the bit of the car that actually works. There are 9 heats, Mark. And yeah, I mean, it was a really good turnout from the local Spanish. I think they've got about 35, 40 drivers. I think obviously they have 2 or 3 clubs, and they've kind of sent most of their guys down here to run. But so this is heat number 6 of 9. Alex Thurston for the UK, just Mark's in the UK, is in the top heat. Okay, here we go. Countdown has finished. So they're going to release them. And the first person away will be Simone Nardi from Italy. So we will cover Simone Nardi from Italy because it's as good as anybody at the moment. There he goes, bright orange. This is the warm-up lap, so you can throw it off the track if you want to. I wouldn't recommend it, obviously. There's a lot of revving up the straight. There's big gap between 2 and 3. There's a lot of revving up the straight as they go. 2 of those are very close together. I'm not sure all of them got the idea of gapping cars properly as they go down the straight. Is that the last car? Okay, so that's our follower. That's Nardi's got quite a bit of space before the next one. So a bit more sensible. 9 cars together. I think there are 10 in the last couple of heats, 9 the rest. There's 8 in the first heat, actually. Right, Nardi now onto the hairpin, into the inner loop, and then goes up and over and round and behind and underneath all those directions, the scoreboard, into the fast turn at the end of the back straight. And now he's going to finish this lap by overtime and scoring here. For some of the patchwork of the track. It's a very good patch, you know, it's very flat. You get that real interesting sort of swing about these cars. They flow and they swing to left and swing to right. It's all very easy arcs. They've not got that amazing sort of turn the sixpence, unrealistic, though obviously real, turning ability of an electric touring car. They're carrying a lot of speed. It's all about carrying speed through the corners. You haven't got that instant punch of acceleration you get from an electric motor. Going well on Nardi, quite a long way ahead, 2/10 in fact. And let's drop back 1, and it should be car 2. And it is your white of Cristiano Sartor from Italy. He's also, it's all about flowing, and sometimes when the cars don't flow in the middle of the corner, you don't have to lose a lot of time. That round for Cristiano was an 18.2. It's into 17, a few 17s. It's into 17.8. A 17.4 fast time. Everyone's on a 17, so they are now picking up the speed. Nardi scored 4th. Cristiano scored 8th. So drop back 1 more. With a bonus to see what we get now, and this is car number 4, and that's Nacho Lopez Lynch, who's actually scored in 2nd at the moment when the stagger unwinds. It's like it's a digital scoreboard, isn't it? As the person changes those numbers on the right hand side, we're getting very, very tired because what's happening is the people aren't kind of qualifying in the speed in which they were before. Let's put back one. Let's do the green and white one. There he is. There's two of them together, but let's do the green and white one. And that is car number, he says looking hard, missing it. Car number 6, just with 6 and 5 are right together. And 6 is Iker Sapovic, who is the fastest of this heat, with Matteo Calavo behind him, who's actually the 4th fastest. And they fit each other, that doesn't help. And it's cost Iker a lot more time, so that's going to drop him off the lead. I'm happy about that. So definite removal of the Christmas card list there for the 5 car. There's Calavo. 18.78. He lost a second, but it dropped him immediately down to like 3rd or 4th. On for 14.408. But that should just get slightly quicker this time. 14.409. No, that's I did it wrong one. 14.409, which might carry him up to 3rd again. It's very, very close. So even those little 1 second or 1.5 second errors or accidents, they're really important in the overall ranking list. So we've got a 407, 409, 410. So Nacho Lopez takes that one. And that was heat 6 of 9. Just wait for the results to fly in a second. And they will tell us all we need to know about the overall run there. Here it comes, Nacho Lopez Lunch. 14.407. Remember, that's the best we've had so far, the 14.407. 14.409 for Mattia Kaliva. Best lap seems to be a 17.3 there from Mattia. And then so you can, I'm trusting you can read the rest. And Silvio Pipperato didn't even get going. And the young Luca Alesi obviously had an issue about not getting to the end of the heat. So 7 of 9 is next. Okay. Getting ready to release them. So who's in this one? And the answer is some drivers. So it's Enzo Battistini in 1 from France. It's Maxime Ripoll from France in 2. Ruben Olivares Munoz from Spain in 3. Eduardo Fernandez in 4. Victor Pelez from 5. That's 3 Spaniards there in 3, 4, 5. It's Luca Betti, the young Italian, in 6. Andrea Catazani from Italy in 7. Vicente Erez Ramos from Spain in 8. Jose Paquito from Portugal in 9. And Michael Salvan, the veteran German racer, in 10. I know a lot of people just like listening to the noise. I don't mean listen to me, because that is noise, obviously. But they are practicing. They get a chance to warm the tyres up, warm the engine up. As you can see, the wind's blowing reasonably. It's blowing down the main straight. Not unpleasant. It's a light breeze, but it's quite nice when the light breeze blows and it takes away some of the heat. No agreed line there, is it really? So, right, next up. Okay, they'll be pulled in the pits any second now. You see those patches I was talking about earlier in the track on the fixed camera here. They're very well done. They're very different colour. They're actually totally jet black compared to the kind of the light weathering grey that a lot of the tarmac has, or weathered grey, should I say. So when we get going, we'll be going with Enzo Battistini. It's about 13 seconds to go till Battistini gets to roll off for his and everyone else's 4-minute run. A bit extra fuel because you never have too much. Battistini down, oh, a bit late. Quite circumspect there through the corners onto the main straight, but now you have to hit it, but at this point, counts now. Everything you do now, Enzo, counts for round one qualifying. Powering up the straight. Looks very neat. It's not quite the same swing as some of the others. It looks like a neat start, Battistini. 17.3, that's certainly neat. It's pretty much the best lap we saw the entire time from the previous heat, so Battistini going off well. Everyone so far has pulled in 17 lappers. 17 seconds, sorry. But he remains the quickest, backs it up with a 17.5, so a little bit slower. Good 2 laps though. Drops off the top to Maxime. Let's drop back 1, and this should be Ripoll. No, 1, that was 2. It's Maxime Ripoll. And down the straight. Oh, just backed it in slightly there. I'm sure Ripoll's car's quite as glued to the track as the other. Maybe just likes it a bit looser. Yeah, look, see, just a little bit loose on a couple of the corners. Doesn't necessarily mean it's slower because there's many ways to drive these side rear axle machines. He's dropped back to 3rd, and he was leading for a short amount of time. Here's the other green machine behind him. I'm not quite sure who that is. That is the 3. So that is the 3 of Ruben Olivares. So Battistini, Maxime Ripoll, Olivares, who we've looked at in the first few seconds, are having a constant rotating battle about who is in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. And they are obviously approximately halfway through the 4 minutes, just under, I suppose. There we go, they're all sweeping round. And the question is, will Ripoll's had a bad lap and therefore he's got Olivares over his back. It's not going to help him. He's going to let someone through. That costs at least 3/4 of a second. Spoke to him at lunchtime. His target is the quarterfinals. coming around the corners. Okay, let's try it one more, Jude. Try and show as many as you can. Those three really seem the three in contention for TQ on this one. So the white car goes down to the end of the track, and that is car number, oh, you're staying in order, that's 4. And that is Eduardo Fernandez. So Fernandez now swings to complete a lap. We could stay in 4th, he certainly will. Now, moving fast. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of an uptick, it seems, in this race. They're looking to get around the forecast around 14.5, which is only a couple of seconds faster than the previous fastest. So there's a lot of them forecast to go under that 7 seconds. It's amazing how this one heat has kind of moved up the pace again. And over the line he goes. So the interested to know how it will go under 14.7. And the answer is quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 5 of those cars were faster than the fastest of the previous heat. Marcus Salvin didn't get the trip. 2 laps and out. Paquito also didn't make the final. Maybe he may have run out of fuel on the last lap. So this is the first of 2 rounds of qualifying today. There's your results: 5, 5, 6, 6, 6, and so all those top 5 went inside the fastest time that we've seen so far. So now I'm going to ask you to remember 14.405.679 and see how many get inside 14.5.6. So in this heat, which is heat 8 of 9, it's Jonathan Gandin in 1, Mathieu Arnaud in 2, Sergei Frank in 3, the junior racer from Italy, Filippo Domini. The N is a mistake, by the way. It should be there. John Ehrman, the veteran Dutchman, is in 5. Thomas Etard from France in 6. Alvaro Fernandez from Spain is in 7. Carmen Raiola from Italy is 8. Timo Lino, former multiple European champion, but not in this class, is in 9. And Marco Weiderding is the 10th name and number from Germany. Okay, here we go for heat 8. Trail of smoke as the engines warm up. Thanks to our supporters at EFRA for enabling us to be here. And thank you to the organisers. There's a confirmation: Italy, France, Spain, Italy, the Netherlands, France, Spain, Italy, Finland and Germany. Finland and the UK have, actually Finland, the UK and the Netherlands have a single entry each. And all those 3 are in the top 2 heats. So, minute to 50 seconds before they get rolling here. Let's have a look at on the straight. Oh, the wind's picked up a bit, would you say? You observe those flags when you... the feedback on the microphone is unnecessary. So you observe those flags from earlier. I'd say we've got a little bit extra more wind than we had only 10 minutes ago. The parasol for position 4, which is the marshal in the middle of the straight, is blowing in the wind. All the marshals are very well protected It's one of the big changes from being to Altec before. They put up a lot of fencing to protect the marshals. There's a big fence protecting the pit lane as well. A bit more health and safety conscious as we all have to be these days, I'm afraid. 7 minutes go. Some top ups, a little bit of a tuning change. 8th of a turn here, 8th of a turn there. So there's 25 seconds to go. And in they all come. So they now also have 4 minutes to make something happen. And what they're trying to make, we should be quite so irritated by the feedback, but it does get a little bit on your nerves after a while. There they go. And they're off. First lap completed, and away with the one car of Jonathan Gandine up the main straight. Braking hard, turning. Putting up the main straight, just trying to see what the Lotus is. How fast they're actually going. So Gandon's actually scored in third. So drop back one. Which is Arnaud Mathieu Arnaud from France. A bit shine on his car. So also currently scored top. They're all very, very close, you can see. 26-8, 26-8, 27-1, 27-2, 27-5, 27-8. Just drop back one more, Jude, and we're picking up the next car, which I think should be the 3 of Sergei Franchi. Throwing some shade around the corner there. There's Franchi. Down the straight of Frankie, there's Dominic behind him, Come on. Up and round. So now onto the main straight. Absolutely crank the volume on the throttle as high as possible. Not quite the apex there, I think it really matters too much. Got back to the orange car behind you. This is the young X-ray driving Italian, Filippo Domani. Oh, bit of oversteer. .111 to go. The Domani's only scored in 4th. It's Raiola actually leading the 8th. So Carmine, one of the well-known races for a number of years, in 8th. his power down. Yeah, Domani looking a little bit quicker than some of the others. But Carmen Roller is about half a second. Oh, got it back though. Don't know how much time he lost. Well, that little kind of not being in straight cost him nearly 3/4 of a second. Remarkable. Back one to the bluey car behind him. I'm out there calling my eyes. It could be any car. There's a bluey out called my eyes, and that is the 5 of John Ehrman. Nope, that's very polite. Letting John through. I don't know if Mine needs to do that, to be honest. It's not going to help his qualifying at all.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
So Damani actually lost a second and a half doing that. There we'll go. One more corner for Ehrman. He's finished. And Tom Morello does take that one with a 0-2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them went faster than the previous fastest. And Damani only didn't go faster because he was very polite and letting John Ehrman through. And it cost him a lot of time. I think it may have spun out, I don't know. But so the uptick in speed is quite remarkable. So it's a 4:02.066. So it's got to be, is someone going to crack the 15 lapper? And you will kind of think yes. So it's a result. Comarola from Arnaud Mathieu, Jonathan Gandhi, John Ehrman, Sergio Frank, Marco Weidling, and Thomas Eitard, all faster than the previous fastest time. Best lap there, 17.099. Again from Rayola. I think he'll get a reasonable amount of points. The problem he's got is it's the top heat next, and they are all pretty dang fast. How to get the plus 40 category work? Extra points or best position? Which means you're older.
Are you happy in the break?
So, following this, I've just been told there's a break before the final round of qualifying. Let me have a look. This is the last heat, and indeed there is a 25-minute break at the end of this one. So we've got a 25-minute break before the start of qualification 2, which goes on for an hour and a half or so. So in this one we have Dario Balestri on 1, Tony Gruber on 2, Rod Pietsch on 3, Dominic Reiner on 4, Simon Kurzberg on 5, Mirko Salini on 6, Alex Thurston on 7, Lamberto Colari on 8, you probably heard of him, Francesco Tironi on 9, and Silvio Hackler on the 10. So, 7-4. After this one, we have it's actually about a 22-minute break, but it's a break anyway. We'll stop annoying you by talking and we'll think about something. So thank you all for joining us today on all the planet, RC Racing TV or EFRA or Red RC on YouTube, and RC Racing TV or on EFRA on Facebook. Confirmation of your entry list there. 3 Germans pre-qualified second, third and fourth. Surrounded by 4 Italians, 2 Swiss and the lone Brit, Alex Thurston. Okay, well, it's 2 minutes until these guys get rolling. I can see any speed camera shots. 107, 106, 103, 108. So that's the velocity down the straight, which is about 66 to 67. 105. 108. Everyone's trying their hardest. 110 there. So they are going to just about tickle 70 miles an hour. in the actual race itself. Qualifying heat, sorry. There are 4 minutes to do something special. And we'll have a list of who's where and doing what to whom. Here we go. 13 seconds are what we have until they get start. We'll start off with Dario on car 1. Let's see if Tony Gruber can be faster than him in this on a full 4-minute run. Max power engine, Infinity chassis for Balestri. A lot of work over lunch, I could just make sure his body didn't fail the ride height demands. And there you can see they're all going out with the rev to slowly move up. So, light grey for Balestri, which is brave on a light grey surface, but there we go. Or off-white, perhaps you could call it. Here he goes. Bang. So, Balestri now looking to try and score something. The energy in the car was instantaneous, wasn't it? And behind him is Tony Gruber, and behind him is Robert Peach, and behind him is Dominic Greiner, and then Simon Kurzbuch. You've kind of got most of the leading lights of RC18 track for the last, well, at least 12, 15 years since we've been covering it on RC Racing TV. So first that was 17 flat. Well, is there enough speed in the track to get them into 16-second lap is the question. Oh, that wasn't a great lap. You can see there was a good lap actually, but you can see just came in that time in scoring, just slightly wasn't in the right way to get around as he wanted to. And his lead now is down to 100th of a second. That time round was a 17 flat. We had Greiner doing a... Oh, Gruber's made a mistake of 0.3 of a second. Okay, drop back one, and this should be Tony Gruber. There he is. Now, Gruber had the fastest lap at one point, on 16.9, but he had a bit of a worse one. That is now currently scoring about 0.8 behind Balestri. Now, there's two current forecasts for 15 lappers. The car's not quite where it needs to be. Let's drop back one more to the light green car, which is Robert Piech, the German multiple European champion. He's gaining on Gruber, and that could be an issue. Gruber might have to let him through. As you saw from Damai, that cost you a huge amount of time. I think it give Gruber kind of a mental hurry up, not that happening. Brian taken over in the lead. So we drop back one more, that's it, that's the pink one, that is Greiner in the pink car. And he is leading. Already a European champion this year. And Gubbio last week. Not 2 weeks ago actually. And he's going on everybody. He's leading by 1/10 of a second from Balestri. Kurzbuch is half a second back on Balestri, so there's been a bit of a stretch out. They actually have managed to find some pace. Still, Balestri and Greiner are on for 15s. Absolute term, this pink car is 0.2 of a second faster than Balestri. Let's drop back one more, which should be Simon Kurzbuch, the former world champion. Where is he? Come on, there we are. Is he former world champion? Yes, he's former champion. He looks to the Japanese guy in 2019. So he's 2017 world champion. And see how close they all two are to each other. I mentioned Alex Thurston, he's in 7th, but the top 8 are forecast to be faster than the fastest in the previous heat. Back on with the pink machine of Alex Thurston. Terminally reaches in 7th at the moment. The 10th are Gruber. Gruber's not had a great run really. Gruber's not looked quite on the pace he had in the final qualifying run, and there wasn't a great run there for Thurston either. He got a bit of kind of a hesitation as he turned. Lamberto Calari is currently scored last, and that's not something anyone ever thought they'd ever say. But all these guys, they go in the 14s, 01s, 02s, 01s, 02s, flats. And it is, in the end, Gruber's made a mistake at the end. He's dropped him right back, as has Greiner. And it was Balestra who finally did it with a 15.4.16. So 15 minutes. So Balestra got it towards the end due to a mistake by Dominic Greiner a couple of laps out, which cost him a whole second. Pietsch is 2nd, Kurzbusch is 3rd, Greiner is 4th, Salemi is 5th, Gruber is 6th, Thurston is 7th, 8th is Hackler, and 9th is Tironi. And that'll be your top 9 overall. And there are some issues there because Dominic Greiner's not happy. And he lost some time. And I think he lost some time probably in traffic. So Greiner has a little bit of a upset. And but that's racing. So he's down in 4th. What nightmare. Anyway, so it's that's your order as well at the end of Q1. The top 9 are the top 9. It'll obviously shuffle around as we move on. And now we need to have a little bit of a wait for the next round to start in 20 minutes or so. So we'll be back with round 2 in about 20 minutes. So let's have a word from our sponsors. Hello, Ronnie. We are back, and we are a minute late. Oh no, we're on time according to this. We're there or thereabouts. As I get ready for the next round of qualifying. Had a very nice, very strong, very sweet lemon slushy. So who knows what's going to happen next? So, welcome to you all who are still with us. This is a bit of a quiet time now before we start with the next round of qualifying, going all the way to Heat 9. I think it's due underway at Heat. I'm quite sure, I think there's 5:34? Is it 5:24? Let's find out. Let's have a look, shall we? See when they actually think the next one's going to be starting. Okay, the next one gets a rolling. Bear with me. I do have. It's true, Keenan. It's another slushy, mate. Had Keenan K. White. It's another slushy. I've not had a slushy in my adult life, I don't think. Or certainly not for about 20 years. And then I had a couple of slushies at Nemo last weekend for RCGP. I've had another one now. This one is absolutely bonkers strong. Bonkers strong. So I am buzzing. So a minute until we get underway with the final round of qualifying for today. And I was looking at, I've already forgotten what I was forgot what I was going to do, which is to look up exactly. So it's actually 20 past 6 the last one starts. So 10 past 6 local and 20 past 6 the top two grips. So the cars are pulled in. Here we go. All right, so they're going to run them off gaps. So it's 4, 5, 6. Okay, we'll get the first one out, which is car 4. That makes it easy for us. They're not doing it in finishing order. They just go off staggered each time. So this is car number 4, numero 4, of Miguel Puchal. Is how you pronounce it? The chance is how you pronounce it after all. Comes into the hairpin. Down the main straight. Shoot, oh, bit of curb there. Actually does lead at the moment. On for 13.404. Here's our next man, the spearmint green, number 5 of Juan Luis Mayorga. A little bit late on that one, that's bad cutting by me. Wide out through the kink in front of the pits. A bit slow coming off it. It's really running quite rich, this one. It could just be the change in atmosphere, I can see what's going on, but wow, so much sugar. Whew. It's getting me sinuses there, I think. So up past the scoreboard on the main straight. for the 5. Slight glitches on the timing system there from Mom, slightly worrying. Let's draw back one more. And the next car along is a very long wait, but here he is. Hope it's worth it. And it is the 2 car, so, that's interesting. So there's been some glitches on the timing there, so they ignore that. That was the direct feed from my RCM had a massive glitch. I don't think it was at the track. I think it was at the internet version. Which is that triggering of the results there, but don't worry about it. This is car 2 of Augustine Rodriguez. Now, people earlier noticed the camera is in a slightly different position. The camera's in a slightly different position at the end of the straight. Had to be moved due to the fact he got hit by a car, even though it's behind the tennis net. The tennis net of protection was not enough for it. So the pink car has got through, and that is, who's in the pink machine? He's going some real pace. That's the 3. That is actually Javier Corbalan who's leading this heat. So being car 3, he actually would have started dead last, because they've gone 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8 here, and there's all sorts of traffic in front of him, which he's managed to get past most of it. And he's got 2 laps to go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
On for a 13, 4:05. So not going to be trouble in the top of the score sheet, but I suppose really there's only one set of finals tomorrow, and if you can get yourself guaranteed onto Saturday, if he turns a little bit early there, that would be an ambition in itself, just to avoid those bottom finals. And we are finished, and it was indeed Montserrat Cabana we were looking at who won that. There's your results. And Jorge Peruga, I'm not sure what's happened, because he obviously did qualify, but he's not run either heats from my knowledge. No reason for that. So heat 2 comes a running. Once I get rolling, it's pretty efficient in and out and go. So we have here we go. Jose Luis Becher in 4. Oh, right. Oh, I've listed that way. So they have listed all there goes. So Jose Becher in 4. Richard Fertner in 5. Let's see what they're going to go off. Then it's Rodriguez Manuel Picon in 6. Mundu Chias Francisco in 7. Alberto Moncayo in 8. Tony Fawn in 9. Miguel Oliva in 1. Carlos Masmas in 2. And Adil Chamchum. So they're now ordering in the way they'll go off. And as you can see, this is mostly Spaniards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Spaniards, an Austrian and a Swiss make up heat 2 of 9. So a minute a bit to go. Cars, you see the sun's beginning to come down a little bit now. Well, it's still quite early, it's only just gone to 5 o'clock here, but it's just dropping to an angle. One of our drivers has rushed off the stand, he's got a problem. So, the noise gets newsy. Haven't they had Euros for this class at Fiorano? Yeah, I'm sure they have at some point. I don't know. I don't have a comprehensive list of where the Euros have been over the time. I'm pretty sure Fiorano has had these Euros. It wasn't the last one, that's for sure. Because the last one 3 years ago was in France. I honestly can't remember where it was in 2018. Here we go. So car 4 will be first out. No. Why have they started with 6? Well, this makes no sense at all. Oh, because 4 and 5 weren't there, so we'd already lost 4 and 5 when we started. That's why they started car 6 of Manuel Picon. So 4 and 5 have not started. So there's only 6 cars rolling around here, or 7 cars rolling around. How strange. We did see one guy run off the stand, so it really was an issue. Yeah, 4 and 5 have not actually checked in even yet. So everyone goes through. This is our second lap completed by Manuel. He's not on for any cracking time. Okay, it's got back one. All right, where's that car gone? There's a green car, it's disappeared. That a third car out of this? No, just lost a lot of time. So 2 white cars having a bit of a battle. Well, they're a qualifying battle. They are car 8 and car 9. So that is 8 is Alberto Monaco, and 9 is Tony Forney, and lets him through very nicely. And already Tony Forney pulling away. So he's now drifted into, where are we on now? Now with the 9 again. Sorry, still with Tony Forno. Battling for the lead. Oh! What's happened there? He's wedged himself against the wall. Can't rescue him. Here comes a Marshall. Who is this? Who's got himself? Yeah, this is going to take a while because at the end of the day, it was quite easy to sort out for the number 1. Oh dear, that's very unlucky for Miguel Levia. I wonder what his lap is missing officially. What his lap time is going to be? It's probably going to be about 30 seconds minimum. 41. So he wasted 22 seconds. Stuck. They lost the whole lap basically. So this is a dead race for him. Tony Forney, we were watching before that accident. Looks like he's going to be the big winner of this one. When it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. And that mistake at the top of this track was now 3 seconds. So it doesn't matter anyway, it's going to be one of his throwaway rounds. And he crosses the line. Just missing a 14 was Tony Forney with a 13.4 and 0.395. There we are. 13.402 for Carlos Masmas. Adil Chamchum. 13.404. Alberto Moncao, 4.407. Manuel Picon, 13.410. Francesco Mundi, 13.412. And then Miguel Lavia as well. So this next heat will get released for their 3-minute warm-up in a minute. It's going to be all steamy here, hasn't it? I don't know how the temperature's gone up at this point of the day, but that's what it's done. Scott Moro, Mas Temperada. This is a bit muggy is the main problem. I'm not quite sure what the temperature is supposed to be at the moment. It's, hang on, 40 is a bit slow. It's 31 in, it's very hot in England as well, in fairness. It's super hot tomorrow. Tomorrow's forecast is it's going to be 39. So we're all going to die, or at least melt. Jude's shaking his head going, I don't believe it's going to be so hot. So we've got Eugenio Rodriguez Mayor in this one. In 4, Austin Elliott in 5, Carlos Macias in 6, Alberto Fernandez in 7, Jorge Rivera in 8, Alicia Bottas in 9, Marcos Silva in 1, not 10, 1, Carlos Sanchez in 2, and Juan Delgado Garzon in 3. I think Miguel, I think it may be. So Spain, Ireland, Spain, 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 Austria, Spain, Spain. Of our 9 runners in heat number 3. Hello from Alberta, Canada, says Jessie Lee Pinniger. How are you? I'm a bit shocked. I just found out to be 39 degrees tomorrow. It's like 100. Okay, let's get ready to rock. What's going on? What? Well, they have gone before, so it has. The microphone below is like 8 and 7. It's a bit weird. So it's Eugenio Rodriguez. Off he goes. So right next to the camera is Eugenio. And his first lap will be completed in a second when he comes around this corner. And then Ren goes around this corner past timing scoring. That's an 80. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's not how you do it. What went wrong there? Oh, too much curb. Air under the car. Bang. That's our first. Oh, blimey, that was lucky the purple car, wasn't it? And that's it. Flew like a bird. It's got 3 or 4 chances. Might restart it. We're now with the pink car, the orange car, sorry. And that is car number 4 still. Hey? He's got going again. Okay, drop back 1. It's a 7 car of Alberto Fernandez. Oh, what's going on today? Everyone was very calm up until now, but now we're hearing bangs and crashes, people upside down. They're hot, they're tired, and they're giving it some. With my professional assessment, obviously. So I have obviously been wrong in the past with my professional assessments. I have no idea where the car keys are, but never mind. That'll solve itself. Down now. We can get involved in a little bit of argy-bargy. Get up the inside. Of the orange number 4 is a bad start. Ooh! That ruined both ways. That's not. That's actually behind. Ooh, massive tank slapper there.
seconds to dry.
Quickly dropping back to the black and white machine. That's the number 9 car. It's in third place of Alessio Bottas.
10, 9,
So he's got this lap and one more.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Again, a couple are really close to doing 14s. Marcus Sieber's a thousandth of a second so out, and he had a bad lap, so he missed out. Oh, and Marcus may still get a 14th lap. Let's find out. He has. So Marcus is the first person in this round to do 14 laps. Super finishes. And that's it. So see if he get one in the end. He got a 4:18 for 14 laps. Elliot Austin just behind him. There's the results. You see, Alicia Bottas was third, but he wasn't just at the end. Jorge Rivera fourth, Carlos Sanchez fifth, Alberto Fernandez was sixth, Carlos Mackis was seventh, Juan Delgado was eighth, Eugenio Rodriguez was in ninth. Place. Lots of revving. Having a lovely revvy time, aren't they? Be released for their warm-up in a second. So we have in one, you've got Carlos Sanchez from Spain, and then you have Gianluca Del Chilio from Switzerland, Nino Alvaro from Spain, Jose Luis Sanchez from Spain, Didier Parise from Monaco, Francisco Video Cardona from Spain, Juan Pedro Fares Gomez from Spain, Manuel Sendan, Manuel Sendan Coots, from Spain, and Fabrizio Della Polla. Now, I think I read those out 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3. Is that their starting order? So I keep checking the temperatures from other weather apps, and they're all agreeing we are going to die tomorrow. Because we haven't got any air conditioning, we're out in the open, and it's 39 degrees. It doesn't get any colder than 24. The hottest, it's 36 at 1. And then 37, 38, 38, 38. It's 5 o'clock. It's its hottest. I'm really just at the moment just talking to Jude about how unbelievably warm it's going to be, because it makes no difference to you guys because you're watching somewhere else in the world. But just think of us sweating to bring you entertainment tomorrow. And then what is the entertainment, Nicholas? I can hear you ask. Well, the entertainment is 3 rounds of qualifying. Then I say, we have a Super Bowl. And I think we have 2 finals. I'm not sure those 2 finals will take place or not, because we haven't got all the entrants. So I'm interested to know where that changes. And we still have the 2 finals. We may have 1 final. Not quite sure. But there'll be something theoretically. But I will wait to see the updated order. Okay, they're getting ready to get rolling. And we'll be out with car number 4 first, which is Carlos Sanchez. Oh, the countdown's frozen. There we go. So Sanchez gets underway. Yeah, they've managed to get the separation better in this second heat. I think they realised they were going a bit slow, and it's causing issues. So there's good separation. For the last of the cars, oh, actually no, it's not, is it? Because what's happened is they were well separated, but then the guy in the back, which I assume is Fabrizio De Apollo, enjoyed everyone else and giving himself a bit of space. Now, as long as he's faster than Carlos Sanchez, it's not a problem, but there are a couple of slower cars there, and they're going to have a traffic jam, which is a really bad idea for everyone involved. If they let someone through, it's going to cost him time almost immediately. It really wasn't. You see, they were so busy worrying about who's ahead of them. They don't think about who's behind them. But Gomez gets another car, and then the Apollo's right behind. This is going all be wrong, isn't it? Very messy. It's not worked well for Del Apollo. It hasn't really worked brilliantly for the guy that just went past as well, but there we are. I think drop back 3 is what we need to do, Jude. This should be number 5. I'm not sure if it is, but let's have a look. No, it's number 7 actually. Okay, they've changed order. And that is the 7 car of Jose Luis Sanchez. And timing and scoring, a bit wide and squares it up. The ball from rejoin for the pit lane never helps anybody. Nope, something else, big accident down the bottom there. I'm hearing the slap of Lexan upon wood much more regularly than we were before. There's been some unfortunate clumping here. Let's wait a couple or 3. So this person's been in the pits, whoever it is. I'm pretty sure they emerged from the pits, causing, well, not any trouble, but a bit of consternation, I think. And back in the pits again. Okay, fair enough. What's his issue he's got? Oh, it's tuning issues for the 6th. And that is Nuno Alvaro. So obviously he decided to make this a testing run with tuning issues. Drop back another one. See where they get to. Okay, Jude, drop back 1. Let's see what happens. It's a green car. That's what happens. think it's number 4. It is. And that's the second place man of Carlos Sanchez. The Sanchez is a 1 and 2, or were 1 and 2. One, two, three, 4 cars are forecast for 14 laps.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So everyone is now finished. And that one went to Jose Sanchez from Manuel Sendan, Pedro Farias, Carlos Sanchez, Francisco Vidal, Didier Parisi. 4:14s, all slightly faster than the best one we saw earlier. I can't believe it's 39 tomorrow. Will I even survive it? Who knows? That's going to equal our hottest ever. I think we had a 39 or 40 in Portugal a couple of years ago. And we were out in the open then as well. We are at least mostly in shade, in fairness. BJ Williams, 102 degrees. Yep, temperature down at track level. Yeah, and the track temperature is very high because the sun is out. 39 is pretty spicy. Texas actually cooled down a good clip thanks to some rain the last couple of days, but we were at 43 the other day, but they have got aircon. Yes. It's bad, it felt like 106. No, you're right, BJ. I reckon these guys need to rich the most up to cap. Yep, they go rich on hot. That's going to further compromise their run time to the finals. It's only going to be a degree colder. I think it's like 37, 38 on finals day. We're just going to be very hot. And that sweat we pack up is going to be disgusting. Okay, track is open for heat number 5. Got the recording to do in this one. Oops, sorry about that. Thank you all who are with us in our various streams. You could be watching us on EFRA's Facebook. You could be watching us on Red RC's YouTube. You could be watching on RCTV's Facebook. You could be watching on RCTV's YouTube. You're watching on EFRA's YouTube. Wherever you're watching, thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying it. This is the EFRA 18 IC Track Euros 2022 from the Altec Club in Almusafes. That's near Valencia in Spain, where it's quite hot, but nothing like as hot as it's going to be tomorrow. I might keep on going on about this. Promise, what kind of impact does the heat have on the tyre selection of the teams? Absolutely none, because they're on a control tyre, the control foam tyre. So it probably would have done if you choose a different short as temperatures go up, but everyone's on the same thing, so it's fine. Ralphie 175, show Mr. Colley. We have shown Mr. Colley, but we will again. We'll give a bit of love to the Irish team. And Clive, we have to do some isolation shots originally. It's very exciting. So sometimes we have to take some pictures which match items we're doing.
minute start.
So a minute till we get going. And we have Jose Blanco Balestra in car 4, Clive Connolly, the Irishman, car 5, Jose Gutierrez in 6 at Spain, Ireland, Spain. 2 more Spaniards, Jorge Martinez and Vicente Garcia are next. Then it's Jorge Plata, so it's Raul Plata, so I've got this one twice now. Raul Plata, the Portuguese driver, Jose Felix, Portuguese driver, Eduardo Lap, the Swiss man, who was also having a bit of fun by being a Brazilian, and then Christian Lopez in the number 9 car. Okay, Jude, let's go. We need to concentrate on number 2 and press record. There we go. You see how they'll have to warp themselves into order. That orange car needs a good shake. There goes 1, 2. Delac. Eduardo, who annoyingly had a blue car earlier and now doesn't. So, lives in Italy, is Brazilian, racing for Switzerland, which I personally is quite good, really. So, up and counting now for Delac. So it's actually Martinez from Connolly from Delac. Actually, he's got there the 4th now. Okay, you can drop back 1 and turn off the recording now, Jude. And there we are with the yellow and white car. It's a little bit green in it as well, actually, I've noticed. Just watch the focus, Jude. We're looking 3, this is. That is Christian Lopez. It's all over the shop with the timing at the moment. It's rotating left, right and centre. Okay, drop back 1, and that should be the green mission. I think it might be actually Clive Connolly. You can check the green car is Connolly. He's going to be letting that guy through soon. This is a 5. There are other green cars, but that is Clive Connolly 5. He's got the 4 right behind him of Jose Blanco. He has gone past Jose at some point, but now Jose wants it back. Now gapping Jose. Connolly scored in 2nd. One of 6 cars expected to get a 14 lapper this time. Okay, just drop back the chasing car. This is the 4 of Jose Blanco. So you can see the car, the light. Oh, Holly's made a mistake and lost the place. Blanco goes back past again. So Connolly, who was on for 4:11 and 17.8. That's going to cost him at least 2 seconds, that error. And that's the... Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What happened there? Connolly goes past. Did waste 2 seconds, but Blanco wasted 3. Let's see who got there. So he comes in. Oh, he gets a massive switchback. Avoids everyone and just slams into the barrier. Ah. Not great. Not great. So, last lap now. So both of them have got 14. They've kind of slowed it right down. Just wait for everyone else to finish. Here they finish. Black was third, but it's one more to come over. There he is. So it's Jorge Aguido Martinez from Clive Connolly from Eduardo Dulac. Jose Ballesta is after that. There's your results for you. So it's Spain, Ireland, Switzerland, Spain, Spain, Portugal, Portugal, Spain, Spain is the key result of all of it. Jose Angel Gutierrez didn't get the trip, unfortunately. The rest are okay. Scoring about where you expect them to be. It's quite a regular uptick during the heat. So now about to go to heat 6, getting towards the business end very rapidly now. A-King, how long are the races on 8th halfway? Well, the qualifiers are 4 minutes, but they get a kind of a warm-up of 3 minutes. Because they aren't battery-powered, of course, they just put more fuel in it. They're actually timed over 4 minutes. But the finals are 20 minutes for the lower finals. And then they have a 45-minute main final. So in this one is Nacho Lopez Luch in 4, Mattia Kalava in 5, Iker Saborit, I'm pretty sure won this particular heat in the first qualifying round in 6, Antoine Gachette in 7, Luca Elasi in 9, Gerald Cronin in 8, Luca Elasi in 9, Simone Nardi is then 1, Sartor Cristiano is 2, and Silvio Piperato is in 3 as the cars, as you can see, emerge for their warm-up. So Spain, Italy, Spain, France, France, Italy, Italy, and Germany are your runners and riders for Heat 6. Once you see what the order is like. Temperature, as we know now from my prediction yesterday, is still going up. I think I need to see. We'll go look and see what the wind is going to be tomorrow. It might save us. No. Good news is it's absolutely clear visibility. What more can anyone want to be able to see where they're being melted from? Good activity in the pits, you can see cars coming in, final bits of tuning, filling up, bedding the tyres. All the tyres are fresh out of the packet. They're brand new for every run. Come as a standard tyre, standard wheel, standard diameter. We will get tyre changes in the final, we think. I don't think we'll get them in the semis or the other 20-minute races. So that's all for Saturday. Okay, so there's now about 45 seconds. Anything going on the main straight? Yes, cars going past our camera. Whoosh, whoosh. Yeah, the wind's not doing what it needs to do, which is blow from the Arctic. Okay. And we need to look at car number 9 and press record. You wrote down who we're doing, and then you can kind of go, oh, this is what they're doing items on. That's gone wrong, isn't it? Car 9 appears not to take part. If you are recording, stop recording, obviously. Because they're not here at the moment. Let's wait and see if it changes. So I was looking at our target was Luca Alesi, the young son of Daniele Alesi and Sabrina Leitner, or Sabrina Alesi she is, but unfortunately he smacked the car in qualifying and therefore didn't race. And I can see him below me looking very miserable, as only a young child who's messed up his qualifying can. So, sorry, but probably let's have a quick look at it. So we're with the number 5 car of Mattia Colavo. Let's drop it back one, see who else we can see. Yeah, right, they think the sun is coming right flat onto that side of the circuit with the green and white car now. Just behind, actually, is the 6. And then he's our leader, Seberit, who I'm pretty sure won this one last time round. Halfway through when he crosses the line. He's got those 7 laps on for 14 and 4, they did both centre. The 14.5, actually. Someone's spraying a shell below. I can smell it. The never-ending, unmissable spray can, or one can's working its magic in the pits. Still, it's Colavo in the 5 and Seberit in the 6, who we were watching run. We're looking closest to doing something of any high speed at this point. Let's drop back one more because we've seen more for a bit. Big gap to the light green light green, dark yellow, one of the two, who knows? As it rips round this Altet circuit. This is the number 7. We've got another retirement there. That's the 67 car of Anton Gasquet. Coming over the time and scoring. The shine actually is coming from some of the new bits of tarmac, a little bit shinier than the old bits. And also some of the bits on the racing line, which have been pummeled with rubber for the last 3 or 4 days, are looking shinier than the others. 1 lap left for this, the 7 car of Antonio Gasquet. It's looking like it's going to be a Nacho Lopez Lynch has come through. Oh, he stopped. He ran out of fuel. He ran out of fuel on the last lap. There we are. So, a bit of bad luck there for the 7 car. Couldn't actually make it to the end. Just to show the problem with the heat and to rip the engines up. Rescued by a marshal. And that is the end of heat 6. Ending, it started in tears, well, not quite in tears. It started with disappointment for Luca, and then it finished in disappointment for Anton Gasquet. And in between, Nacho Lopez. It's L-L-U-C-H, which is Luch. But of course, if it was in Wales, it'd be Cush, because Llanelli, the Colch. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's the result there in front of you. 14.405, best we've seen so far. So a few minutes till 6 goes off. 45 minutes. Wow. Je suis français, says NYC. Bonjour, NYC. Vous êtes French. Yeah, that's about as far as I can go with Le Bon France en English or language, whatever it is. So, getting towards the back end of the day. It's actually got 3 more heats to go, 7, 8, and 9. Eduardo Fernandez, he'll be starting off in car 4 from Spain, and another Spaniard, Victor Pelaz, in 5. Then we've got Luca Betti in 6. Andrea Catazzani in 7. Vincente Ramos in 8. Jose Paquito in 9. Michael Salvin in 10. And we have Enzo Battistini 1. Maxime Ripoll in 2. And Ruben Olivares from Spain. I'm doing a brilliant job because I'm halfway through. I'm forgetting to do the nationalities and everything else, but it is Spain, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Germany, France, Spain. And that is all you need to know. And also all I'm going to tell you at this moment. There is no more information I'm going to give you unless you pay me 1,000 Roman crowns. Possibly. The scream of the tortured 3.5cc engines, 0.21 of a cubic inch. About 3.2 horsepower, revving to a lot of revs, which is why they are so screamy. I don't actually know how. I think it's 29,000, but I could be wrong. So if anyone knows how many revs they got up to, it's a lot. I mean, obviously what they do on offload and on-load is very different. You know, they can spin on their own to 35,000 revs. So a minute to go, last minute checks and tuning and everything else really. I'm going to check, I'm going to tune, I'm going to make sure it's all seated properly, tyres nicely warmed up and ground into the track. All conditioning done. In comes everyone. And we're going to start with car number 6. Luke Gabetti, car number 6, press record. Has a kind of unholy shuffle at the moment. I'm trying to work out where they're supposed to be. Nope, yes, no, maybe. There he is, there's 6, the white body shell. The young Italian, X-ray driver. And down they go. Oh, a bit impatient behind him. So the 7 car of Andrea Catanzani certainly looking to make a bit of a move. So Luke Gabetti now completes his first, well, starts to complete his first time lap. There he goes. Comes through, completes another one. Michael Salvin has had a problem for the second race in a row. Okay, just wait and hold. Okay, the bright green machine about to go down the main straight. That's Ripoll, Maxime Ripoll. We're looking at some of the junior drivers in this round. Maxime, 15 years old, from France. Okay, let's drop back one and stop recording. What have we got there? This is the 9 car of Jose Paquito, Portugal. Pretty sure we've not covered him before, so that's good news. A little bit circumspect over the line there. Minutes to go. Let's drop back one more, see who we get. And we're now with car number 4 of Eduardo Fernandez. So last lap now for Fernandez. Has a very brief period there at the top of the shop. So Maxime also goes, and it is actually Maxime Ripoll, I think, unless Jose can take it. No, that's it. So Maxime Ripoll 14.02 is the top qualifier from that one. I see your 12 year old. Marvellous. Ian Ford, 40k, oh, 45,000 revs plus, is it? Blimey. Hello, 40,000. Clutch bite is at 20,000. Good God. Not a good omen for the new Serpent. No, that's 2 in a row in which, but it's a good omen actually, because the whole point about testing is to sort these problems out. So I think actually, you know, in fairness, anybody can have a couple of bad runs. I mean, I didn't see what happened in practice. He may have clunked something. Ian Ford in Australia. I did see a Serpent form Floyd in Australia a month ago. I'll always be a Serpent guy for 4 months. Somewhere in the attic. My old impact restricting just something to get the S400 for fun. Ah, the romance of a car stuck in the garage. How fantastic. So, penultimate heat, who's in it? And the answer is it's Filippo Limani in 4, John from Italy, John Ironman from the Netherlands in 5, Thomas Eitard from France in 6, Alvaro Fernandez from Spain in 7, Carmine Real from Italy in 8, Timolini from Finland in 9, Marco Weidling in Germany in 10, there's Jonathan Gambin from Italy in 1, Matthew Arnaud from France in 2, and Sergei Franch from Spain in 3. But they're getting off in 4, it's going to be the first one off. Sticky finger there, produce double cut. You can see the structure they've built in front of the pit lane. The pit lane's quite small actually. I think it just has room for the 10 cars, and it's an off-the-floor job, which obviously people in at 1/8 off-road wouldn't be used to. But what you do have is they've built this outward structure with a fence, so now the people in the pit lane are protected from cars flying into the air. That wasn't there before, much as the various protection to the marshals when they're others. They did that money because they're very properly structurally based, these kind of marshals' cages, avoiding any danger of a marshal being caught by a stray car. Didn't avoid our camera being caught by a stray car. We have moved it now, so we've learnt the hard way as usual. It's one of those magic traces where I can show you what I mean by pointing it on the screen, but that would be technically rather difficult. So, penultimate heat. Just remind you, 5 rounds of qualifying. 3 to count. Overall TQ straight into the final. Qualifiers 2, 3, 4, 5 into the Super Pole. Winner of Super Pole straight into the final. Next 14 into the semis. So you qualify in the top 16. You go straight to the semi-final. Let's pick up record. Car 4. Who's the first car off? It should be. This is Filippo Demani. TQ'd a round, I think, and not 2 rounds at Gubbio in the 110th. Got into Super Pole, but the final didn't go his way, but certainly laid down a mile. I think he's 13, the X-Ray driver. Dad is the X-Ray importer for Italy. See on that first lap, grip's not quite there, car slower, yeah, absolutely, his car's sliding out on all the corners. So, I'm not sure what it's going to do to speed. Normally that means you lose a little bit of time every single time it goes across. First lap was a 70, yeah. So he's lost 3/10 from where he should have been, or 2/10 perhaps. But then the tyres will come in. Surprised they went in straight away, because just more because of the fact they run a few laps. We do cool down and the track gets gunky. And being rain on the pit lane, it's not very clean. And it gives a chance for Filippo now to put some better lap down for 17.2 there. And into the groove now, the young Italian. (17.3) again. A bit ponderous, not him particularly, Carlo a little bit. Cars like these 8th cars aren't good at going slow, obviously, because it's all about gliding and moving them. And it's a solid rear axle and one way's on the front. And it's all about effectively unsticking, getting the car in and then steering. You actually steer the car with a throttle. It's very counterintuitive. Not quite as bad as RC bikes. If you've done an RC bike, that is a absolute mind meld to work out how to do that. Because you turn them in, you just turn them into the corner, so you flop on the side. So you do a bit of left hand, and then you do the rest with the throttle. Okay, can we drop back one and stop recording? That's a long gap, isn't it? I mean, this next car's so long after. And that is the number 6 car of Thomas ATR. That's because Gianna Ehrman in the 5 car has dropped out. I thought it's the one car being brought back, so it's not great for the older drivers. Both Ehrman and Salvan hitting problems this time round. I think Lina's out as well, so you know, one of the guys is in his late 30s, so it's a young man's game as far as luck is concerned. So Filippo, who we were covering earlier, has dropped off the fastest. That's now Carmen Raiola scored the fastest time. Got back one more for the last minute or so. Who's next? Is it massive? No, it's not that long a gap. It's somebody always immediately. In the blue and the red. Orange, shall we say? And it's actually the 7 machine of Alvaro Fernandez. And here the cars revving up for the top heat even as we speak. A bit of a shuffle there around. Move left, move right. So 30 seconds, so 3 laps more actually. Drop back one more, get one more driver in. That's it. Now who is that who's come round? That's the light grey 8 of our leaders, Carmen Raiola. That's a good move to go there. So Raiola leading overall. on for 14.2.1. Felipe on for 14.2.4. I can't remember what pointage was. Another car's run out of fuel, I think. Yep, we've lost a car for fuel. That was the 3 ran out of fuel of Sergei Flanch. So it's 402.378, 402.393. I actually can't remember. It's very bad what Maxime Ripoll got, but we'll give you an overall rundown at the end of the day. Don't worry. There is one heat to go still. Top heat fun coming up. So coming up is the last race of the day. Just to remind you, we are back tomorrow with 3 rounds of qualifying. We're going to come back at, hang on a second, I need to look at the right thing, which is the time schedule for tomorrow. So we're going to be very hot, but we're coming back to you at 10 o'clock. That's a slight problem. They've got a timing error here. So around 10 o'clock, be with you. It'll be 10 o'clock-ish, should be around there with round 3. And then we're with you all day until, probably 6 of the sub-finals run. The Super Bowl currently scheduled for 5:15. It's all CET, so I say 10 o'clock, it's 9 o'clock in the UK. So we've got Dominic Grimes starting 4, Simon Kurzbuch starting 5, Mirko Slimy starting 6, that's Germany, Switzerland, Italy. Alex Thurston will start, start 4th with car 7. Lamberto Collari will start 5th with car 8. Francesco Tironi will start 6th with car 9. It's very confusing. So there we go, that's the starting order. 4 Italians, 3 Germans, 2 Swiss, and a Brit. 4, 3, 2, 1. So back with you tomorrow at about 10 o'clock CET. It'll take a few minutes because that timetable is a bit iffy as they've written down, but we'll see what we can do. But they do run the qualifying heats the same way every single time. So the fastest, unlike in 1/8 off-road, the fastest guys are always out last in the round. Minute 50 to go. So this final heat of the day starts in about a minute time. I've seen a couple of cars struggling to make the trip actually on 4 minutes in this temperature. It'll be even worse tomorrow, it gets warmer. May end up being some fuel saving. And you'll come. Here we go. Record the whole thing. Just take the first car off, and let's go. So Griner goes underway. Was almost pole last time, almost TQ last time. Had a problem about 4 laps out, which I didn't see, but from how animated he was on the stand, my impression was he was held up by someone. Usual first lap action. All just revving away. And then they decide to flow, and it's Griner now on his first lap. Okay, just drop one back. And this is Simon, no, it's 2, one back. Simon Kurzbuch. Swiss former world champion. Gruber started fast again. He had he's done it a couple of times. Gruber started quickly. Kurzbuch currently scored first, but that'll probably shuffle back out again. Basically everyone's at the top at the moment. Got some 16 seconds as well, so they're putting down some lap times. Okay, drop back one more. So this now behind Kurzbuch is the 6th of Mirko Salimi. Looking quick and currently scored top. Actually, Pietsch is slightly quicker. Lester's not quite on it at the moment, not quite sure why. I mean, he is scoring quite late on in the whole thing, as he's in 5th. Don't forget, it was Balestri who's TQ'd the first round. And drop back one more. And this will be the pink machine of Alex Thurston, be my guess. Honestly, it's changing every second who's where and when. Griner, Peach, Kurzbuch, all having a go. Drop back one more. And that's the 10 of Hackler. Drop back one more to the white car. You can see everybody. This is I think this is the 6th. I'm not quite sure. Hang on a second. So this is the white number. That's the 8 of Lambo de Calari. But back one more to the white car behind him. And this is the French-Vars Tironi. I think this is Tironi's white machine. It's kind of alternating up around the top, but not quite there. Balestri's got himself to the top. And there is Balestri in the background. So he's now got traffic, effectively, with Tironi. And Balestri making a faster run. I can't think Tironi will let him through. And Pietsch goes back to the top. Okay, drop back another one. Oh, it's my fault. And that should be, who's that one now? That's now the 2 car of Tony Gruber. And then go back one more and we'll go get everybody. And this is now Pietsch, who is scored at the top at the moment. Maybe we'll stay that way with 2 laps to go. I don't know.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kersbert's Griner. A lot of 15s out there. Will PH get there? Kersbert's got a 15. Griner's got a 15. Slim's got a 15. Thurston's got a 15. Balestri will get a 15. And it is Kersbert who gets it in the end. Oh, PH has got a problem. PH didn't get his last lap counted. Oh, no, he has now, and he's got it. So it was a delayed thing, and PH is the lead. No, it's not. It's PH who didn't have his last lap counted. So PH does get that from Kersbert, from Griner, from Gruber, from Balestra. So, okay, because he came in so late, he was the last person running, and he had to go an extra lap. It just had to uncut itself off. But got there 15-14. How that goes for the ranking list, let's have a look. So the ranking list for qualifying now are not even available. Oh, that's useful. Let's try again now. There we go. Qualifying ranking list tells me what? Tells me that Peach, Kersbert, Griner. Why is Balestri ranked 4th? Because it's done on... No, it's just done on speed. Not sure whether that's the correct way of doing it. It does have Robert Peach down as leader. But that's because he's done the fastest lap. Fastest run. And I was in the impression it was done with time. Anyway, it'll sort itself out. But anyway, the people who won the 2 rounds were Dario Balestri and Robert Piech. Piech has the fastest run of all. But I think that'll get sorted out a bit later. But they do change the way they want to do this all the time. Sometimes it's done by round, sometimes it's done by ultimate fastest. But this was everything has been round by round normally. The only thing that's been ultimate fastest for a while was 12. And then that changed to round by round. So I'll go and talk to those in command. Anyway, so that is it for us today. We will see you tomorrow at 9 of the clock. Thank you for being with us. 9 o'clock UK, 10 o'clock Central European time. Let's have a little word from our sponsors and then we'll say adieu.